It's going to be live.
Okay, I think now we are live on Facebook.
Yes.
All right, everyone. Hello, everyone. We would like to thank you first for all the love and support that you have been showing us so far. In the name of Global Bus Foundation, I am welcoming you all to this special webinar, the first in Morocco, in which trainees are going to take over and let us know what they have learned in their TEFL course with GBF and Tucoso Academy. We have a plenty of topics that are very, very interesting and vital for the development of teaching, especially in Morocco. We all know that teaching is a work of art. We all know that any teacher should be active, but still, many of us still lack basic skills that any teacher should acquire to deliver a lesson or activity effectively. Now, accordingly, our trainees today will deliver various presentations on some fundamental techniques and strategies that contribute to quality teaching. You will be packed with the basic skills to stand out in the job market and to create a successful learning environment. Today, alongside with Ms. Najwa Al-Araibi, I will be your moderator. My name is Asma Abul Faraj. I am a cultural studies major at Mohammed V University. I'm also a certified teacher and a young leader at GBF. I will let you introduce yourself, Najwa, before, after I introduce Global Bus Foundation. Everyone, I would like to remind you that Global Bus Foundation is a non-governmental organization based in Morocco with its great leaders who strive for high performance. It offers great opportunities for growth and leadership. Its purpose is to empower both youth and adults. It also helps teachers all over the world to deliver presentations by organizing webinars and seminars and also conferences. And finally, it facilitates presentations, workshops, and TEFL courses. Now, let me let you introduce yourself, Najwa. Thank you for being here.
Sure. Thank you, Asma. Hello, everyone. I am always happy to moderate GBF webinars, and I am especially more happy to moderate this unique and special TEFL seminar. So for those who don't know me, my name is Najwa Al-Araibi. I am one of GBF Young Leaders, language partner, and a certified teacher. So, and of course, Asma and I will be moderating today's webinar. But before we proceed, I'm pretty sure our lovely audience would like to know more about the program, okay? Therefore, I have prepared a couple of questions so that Mr. Al-Hussein Qasras, our TEFL coordinator, will be pleased to answer. So can we give it a kick? Mr. Al-Hussein, can we start?
Yeah, thank you.
Sure. So let's, yeah.
Yes, Najwa.
Okay, so let's start with the first question. What is the importance of getting TEFL certificate?
All right, thank you, Najwa, for this interesting question. Now, as you know, the TEFL or TESOL are very interesting for those who are or who want to be teachers in the future. The experience is very important, but the certificate that will justify your experience is the most important. So here in Morocco, in Rabat, we offer different training about teaching English as a foreign language. So those who are going to get the certificate, at the end of the course, they have got really very interesting opportunities, either in Morocco or outside Morocco. For example, many graduates got easily, or they get access to the job market easily, especially in Asia, in China, Vietnam, Hong Kong, etc. And also here in Morocco, in private sectors, exactly in private schools, and also language centers. Okay, so the TEFL certificate, what is important? Number one, it shows that you completed certain courses. Okay, for example, we offer both 12 modules, and there's a mixture between theory and practice, and this is the most important. We provide our trainees with the theory about teaching English as a foreign language, but at the same time, they have to put what they have learned into actions.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Hussein. So let's move to the next question. What is the content or what are the modules covered in the course?
All right, thank you. Yeah, as I just mentioned, basically we cover about 12 modules. We start with approaches and methods about teaching English as a foreign language. Then we move to the roles that teachers and students play in the classroom, the different learning styles, the different roles that teachers play. Then we cover something very interesting, which is about the 4 skills: the receptive skills and the productive skills, reading, listening, speaking, and writing. Then we move to the sub skills like grammar, vocab, and pronunciation. And of course, there are other things that we cover, like, for example, integrating the 4 skills to have a good lesson, how to design lesson plans, how to manage your classroom. Here we are talking about classroom management. And the most important is about motivation, how to motivate your classes using games, online games, offline games, board games, etc. But the most important is that we offer our trainees opportunities to practice. For example, the traditional classes or face-to-face, we offered our learners to visit centers, to visit schools, and even to visit some higher institutions. And it was the time for the internship. They spent about 2 to 3 weeks to put into action what they have learned. And by the end, of course, there is the final exam. And if they got it, they graduate and they become certified teachers with a good experience, mixing the two, theories and practice, knowledge and practice. Yeah.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Hussein. And for those who are interested in taking the course, how can they register?
Yeah, very interesting. So as you may know, we are based in Rabat. We have got a center, it's named the Chicago Academy. So we offer 2 programs, face-to-face, but here face-to-face is very confusing because on Zoom, it's also face-to-face, okay. But here I'm talking about traditional classes. It means when you visit the Chicago Academy in Rabat, and then you can study the TEFL, and by the end of the course, you become a certified teacher, or online for those who are very far. For example, yesterday we have just completed the 120-hour TEFL course on Zoom, and we had international trainees from Argentina, Tunisia, Algeria, Morocco, etc. Okay, and they cannot come here to Morocco due to the coronavirus issue. So the plan B was very helpful, online courses. So moving from traditional to online courses using Zoom. And it was a great experience, okay. The mic, please, Najwa, I couldn't hear you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Hussein, for all this information. We have the last question before we proceed. So after getting the certificate, the TEFL certificate, where can they work? Are there only national opportunities or they can also work abroad?
Yeah, again, it's a very interesting question. Just let me tell you something interesting is that at the end of the course, here, the last module that's, trainees have is about English language teaching and the global job market. So basically here we invite international educators who are teaching abroad, especially in China, Vietnam, Hong Kong, Tunisia, Algeria, and Ukraine, Russia, okay? And they share with them their experiences about applying overseas, okay? So the TEFL certificate will allow you, and to be honest with you, okay, we are not buying dreams, okay? We are not just for the sake of doing business, but we are really saying the truth or something very interesting. The TEFL certificate that you will get here in Rabat, 100% it will allow you to get a job or to get access to the job market in Asia, in South America, in Africa, and in some European countries. We cannot tell you that the certificate that you will get a job in UK or in America. We don't say that because it's very challenging. But in Asia, as a global market, as a big market, you will have no problem to get access there because we hosted many international teachers teaching in China, again in Vietnam, and in Asia exactly, and they showed our trainees how it's easy to get access to these countries. What do you need? Number one, you need a degree, university degree. Okay, it can be the BA or the master degree, plus the certificate. It means that you must be a certified teacher. Then, yeah, you get a job.
Exactly. Perfect. It's going to help them a lot. So I really encourage our lovely audience to take the course. It's really beneficial. Now they have got a pretty much like the idea of what is TEFL is about. So now I will leave
Yeah,
the floor
just
to
one
yeah,
something to add, if you don't
yeah.
mind.
Yeah,
Great.
sure. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
our trainees, we all the time try to provide them with very valuable piece of information because we all lack good information. We don't find that interesting information. So basically, my piece of advice to our trainees or all, I mean, to all who are interested in teaching, don't think about money from the very beginning. Okay, the money comes after. Number one, you are a certified teacher. You get the certificate now. Okay, you have got the skills. Now you try to find internship, try to find to work with a low salary, try to find, I mean, very modest or simple centers. That's to gain more experience. And that experience will be an added value on your CV. Based on that, then you can sell yourself. But getting the certificates from the very beginning and then you ask for getting a good job or something like that, to be honest with you, it may not work. You should have a good vision, step by step. Thank you.
Yes,
Thank you, Mr.
absolutely.
Hussein. Yeah, sorry, Asma. Thank you,
Yes.
Mr. Hussein. These are really valuable pieces of advice. Thank you. So
My
now I
pleasure.
would like, yes. So now I would like to pass the floor to my colleague Asma. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Najwa, and thank you, Mr. Hussein. In order to learn more about the TEFL training, please visit our Facebook page and Mr. Hussein's YouTube channel. You will find various, YouTube videos in which you will learn more about how to be an effective or strategic teacher. All right, so now it is a great pleasure for me to introduce our trainees or certified teachers who are going to talk to us about several interesting topics. Our first trainee, I still don't know if she got her certificate or not, but Miss Hasna Okha is going to talk to us about the post-methods era and teaching by principles. Very, very interesting topic in which she will tackle some ideas like the differences between methods and approaches. She will also talk to us about, the need for curriculum development processes. Next, we have Ms. Kautar Jhadi. She will talk to us about the different learning styles. Now, learning styles are very vital in order to study or in order to teach. We need to master learning styles. So what does a learning style mean first? And how can we know our different learning styles? What are the types? Ms. Kautar is going to talk to us all about this. And then we'll move to Ms. Maryam Bourwah, who is going to talk to us about how to teach reading effectively. Now, reading may seem as the easiest skill to teach. Yeah, we always say to ourselves, we should only go by the textbook and then we'll teach reading. It's very easy. But no, what Maryam is going to tell us is that it could be very, very challenging. We need to spend as much effort in reading as in other skills. Also, she will talk to us about how to plan a reading lesson, what are the types of reading, what are the stages of reading and sub skills, and also she'll give us some tips on how to teach effectively the skill. Next, we have Mr. Yusuf Lamin. His presentation is about the top ways to build a high interactive teacher-student relationship. We all know that our best goal, our aspiration as teachers, is to have a beautiful relationship with our students, a relationship which is built on love, on trust, and on honesty. And this is what Mr. Yusuf is going to talk to us about. And next, we have Miss Wisal Mehdawi, who is going to give us an idea about the importance of giving instructions in EFL classrooms. Now, instructions may seem very easy as well, but they're very challenging to make. We need to know how to give effective instructions, not just open the page and go by the exercises. This is not an instruction. In order to be a strategic teacher, we need to master these basic skills and strategies. And now I'll let Ms. Najwa introduce our other trainees.
Yes, thank you, Asma. Then we have Mr. Abdrazak Stein, whose presentation is about classroom management. And we know classroom management is a crucial element in language teaching. In his presentation, Mr. Abdrazak will be tackling values of the classroom, setting arrangements, and other important elements. Next, we have Mr. Hamza Al-Anbari, who's going to be talking about teaching practices make perfect. Practice make perfect, sorry. In this presentation, he's going to talk to us about what makes a good teacher, then how should teachers talk to students, and other important things as well. Next, we have Miss Umayma Amillah, whose presentation is about the problems of e-learning in Morocco, which is very important, especially during this coronavirus time. So in this presentation, she will tackle an overview. She will provide us with an overview about the future of e-learning in Morocco and why is it hard to apply e-learning in Morocco. And later on, we have Mr. Mustafa Hta, who's going to be talking about practical assessment techniques in English language learning. In this presentation, he will talk to us about assessments in teaching, informal assessment, formal assessment, etc., and other important things as well. Later on, we have Mr. Hussein Fendo. He's going to be talking about collaborative learning. And he will give us an idea about what is collaborative learning, collaboration versus cooperation, and characteristics of collaborative learning. And finally, we have Mr. Mohammed Ned Hussein. His presentation is about how can 21st century skills improve quality of education, which is really important. And he's going to be talking about students' improvement of learning skills, technology, literacy skills of 21st century students in their role in creating more productive learning environment, life skills, and the intangibility of students' everyday life, etc. So now I would like to pass the floor to our first presenter.
Yes, first of all, let me just remind you that Ms. Umayma is not going to join us today, unfortunately. So yeah, we'll just proceed as normal. So we are live on Facebook. Thank you all for attending. Welcome to our amazing speakers and audience. Please, if you have any questions, please write them down on the comments below in our Facebook. We will try to answer some of the questions after each presentation. Now, let's start with our first speaker, Ms. Hasna. The floor is yours. Please share your screen and unmute yourself.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Can you share your screen?
All right. Can you see it?
I think we can now. Please make it full screen.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. So, hello everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. So, hello
Go ahead.
everyone. I hope that you are all doing great. I hope that everything is going good with you. As French people say, je me présente. I'm Hsna Ocha. I'm a BA holder from the well-known University of Human Science, Mohammed Hafiz, and I'm specialized in linguistics. Also, I have several certificates from the well-known Ticozo Academy, which is led by our trainer, professor, and coach, Hossein Caceres. So from this framework, I'd really like to express all my expressions of gratitude, appreciation, and acknowledgement for his endless efforts, encouragements, guidance, and valuable information for the sake of empowering future teachers as well as new graduates who are interested in the field of teaching English as a second language. So thank you so much. And as you see, the theme of my presentation today is about the post-methods era and teaching by principles. Okay, so my outline for the presentation is actually pretty simple. I'm gonna highlight some important or I will tackle some important aspects of this presentation. First of all, I will start with the differences between methods and approaches. Then I will move on to top-down criticism, some rules of contextual factors, then the need of curriculum development processes and lack of research basis. Then I will end up by stating some principles represented by the well-known H. Douglas Brown. So my references for this presentation is taken from the famous book of G.C. Richards, Methods and Approach, and Brown Douglas from the book Teaching Principles. Okay, so let's get started. Now, before the new, my first question, which is difference between method and approach, we'd like to know what is an approach, what is a method, and what is a technique, if we to look at the big picture. So do you have any idea what is a method, what is an approach, and what is a technique? No? So by definition, an approach is a list of assumptions and beliefs about dealing with the language and language learning. We have many approaches. We have, for instance, the CLT, which is communicative language teaching. We have cooperative learning language. We have many, like task-based approach. We have so many approaches. On the other hand, we have methods, and the definition of method it's an overall plan of system presentation based on a specific approach. Okay, and examples of methods we have, for instance, the silent way. We have, for instance, I don't know, silent way, audio linguism. These are some methods we saw with in this program, for instance. This is the definition of what is an approach and a method. A technique is basically just the implementation activities okay, let's move on. So this schema that we have here approach, we have method, and we have look at approach. We have approach the theories about the language learning. We come up with a theory of language, whether it is a structural or a functional or interactional. And look at the method we have here: objectives, organization of content, syllabus design, rules. We can say the role of learner, role of teacher, material, etc. And we have types of interactions. And we have technique. If we at it, we have implementation of design, classroom practice, activities, behavior. So a summary of what I said later on. Now, after of a method, an approach, and a technique, now let's look at the differences between these two underlying concepts. Watch out. We have approach. Some approach have in common a set of theories and beliefs about the nature of language learning, and a set of principles for teaching language. Whereas we have in methods solves the problem of novice teachers because it contains basic decisions about how to teach and how to and what to teach. It's already have been made for them, you know. Approach is allow a variety of interpretations of how principles can be applied. In a method, they are learned through training. Also, approaches tend to have a long shelf life, whereas methods tend to have a relatively short shelf life. As you see, we have, for instance, silent way, we have audiolingualism, we have the direct way. They have relatively short shelf life. Also, we have an approach that can be revised and updated over time. Whereas methods are fixed in time, and there is generally little scope for individual interpretation. So in an approach, we have a of interpretations, whether in a method we have little scope for individual interpretations. Also, approaches allow for varying interpretation in practice, as I said, and methods, on the other hand, prescribe for teacher what and how to teach. Okay, so this the difference between an approach and a method. And if you look at this, we have here an approach, we have a method, and we have a technique. As you see, we have the big picture is an approach, and within an approach we have a method, and a technique is within this whole picture. So it's in harmony, of course, with method and an approach. Okay, so yeah, let's go. So by the end of the 20th century, some people spoke of the depth of methods and approach, and the term post-method era was sometimes used. The heyday of the methods has lasted up to the late 1980s. Okay, so now we are talking about an era when there is no method, there is no acknowledgement of these methods. So if we want to talk about this, we need to highlight something very important, which is the top-down criticism. Specifically in methods, teachers are marginalized. You know, the role of teacher is marginalized. A teacher definitely need to submit himself to the method, to accept the theory and align to the method and apply them, to use methods and its prescribed techniques and principles appropriately. And the learners are viewed as passive recipients of the method. They need to submit themselves to exercises and activities in the applied method. And whereas in contrast with this view of method, we have learner-centered teaching, which say that teaching must be flexible and adaptive to learners' needs and interests, and that students bring different learning styles and preferences to the learning process. And students are consulted in the process of developing a teaching program. So there is kind of flexibility, and it's learner-centeredness. Teacher is not only the center of knowledge, is not only the source of knowledge. There is a role of learners in here. Okay, so this is like, it's two different view of good teaching. Okay. So to look at now is that this picture we have here a person, uh, uh, and we have here all prescriptions everywhere, for God's sake. As you see here, it's like a teacher who is unfortunately chained by what? It's a heavy ball. It represents actually the pressures that a teacher faces when he wants to teach, because when you submit yourself to a certain method, you need to follow its principles, its technique. You don't feel autonomous, you don't have this autonomous to do what it fits you. This flexibility, you find yourself limited to this to the specific method that you choose. Okay. Now, the starting point in relation, of course, in relation to the I've already said, in the starting point that some teacher forget when teaching is
I'm sorry to interrupt
they
you.
neglect what is this. Yes.
Yes, I apologize. You have 8 minutes left. All right.
Yeah. Okay.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Keep
Don't
going.
worry.
Yes.
Okay, so teachers forget what is the starting point in teaching, which is a careful consideration to the context in which language teaching and learning occurs, namely the cultural context, the political context, the local institutional context, and also the context which is constructed by teacher and students among the situation of learning. Okay, so here let's move on to the other important point, which is the need for curriculum development processes. And what I want you to look at it now is the picture. So what do you see? We have here an artist. Let's consider it an artist. Okay, we have here a fabric. These artists want to create or invent or do something incredible, a masterpiece, for instance. When he wants to do that, we need the fabric, the hands of the molder. He wants to mold. So this is something obvious in everyday life. If you want to do something, you need to have the material, the creativity, the tools, the skills. This is what about the curriculum development process talk about. So here, phases of curriculum processes. We have first the selection of aims and objectives, the selection of learning experiences. Third, we have selection of content. Then we have organization and integration of learning experiences and content. Then we have the evaluation. So these are some phases of curriculum process. Okay. Now we have lack of research basis in adapting methods and approaches. We have few books written by method gurus are based on second language acquisition. Researchers who study language learning really discuss prescriptions for teaching based on results of the research. and researches on language learning do not support the simplest theories and prescriptions found in approaches and methods. Now, after cutting all what is related to books method area, now let's move on to teaching by principles. Okay, in this framework, Douglas Brown come out with 12 principles in teaching, and he categorized him into three main principles. The first set called cognitive principles, the second one socio-affective principles, and the third one is linguistic principles. Okay, the first one, cognitive principles, is related to what is mental and intellectual functions. The socio-affective principles related to emotions, to the emotions that have that the students and teacher must take care of. And linguistic principles, it's related to language and how to use the language. So let's start with the first one, which is cognitive principles. The first one that we have here is authenticity. Okay, this is the first principle, which is part of the cognitive principles. And if you look at the picture, we have auto mode. In the auto mode, just let's imagine a situation when you click the button auto mode. When you click the auto mode, everything becomes smooth, everything becomes easy. So here, the role of a teacher is to promote automaticity among students. The learner should overcome all the problems of form and become able to speak the second language and to interact and communicate with the second language easily without paying attention. It's kind of the subconscious. If we
Yes, Miss Hasna, 3 minutes left. Please, if you
yeah.
can, go ahead.
Yeah, okay. So to meaningful learning, here we have two pictures. We have the first one and the second one, meaningful learning, rote learning. So here teachers are to promote meaningful learning. As you see, the rote learning is, we have the numbers are isolated, whereas in the meaningful learning, it's completed. It's, like you are in the meaningful learning, you are building knowledge based on a previous knowledge, okay? That's what teachers should promote among learners. Third, we have always with the cognitive principles, we have the anticipation of the word. And as you see at the picture, we have here a teacher who is marking this excellent as a anticipation of reward. So we as human beings, we are universally driven by some kind of anticipation of reward. We all wait some kind of reward out of our good work. So here teachers are to promote this anticipation of reward by complimenting, by expressing their I don't know, satisfaction from the work of students, etc. So I don't want to stand in this. So 4, we have intrinsic motivation. As you know, we have two kind of motivation. We have motivation and we have the extrinsic motivation. So the role of a teacher is to promote and to help students to find their intrinsic motivation as well as their intrinsic motivation. And as you see here, intrinsic is something inner. It's because of the enjoyment in the task itself. and in the extrinsic because of the outcome that will result by doing the task. We have, like, for instance, promotions, pay, prize, bonuses, benefits, prize, winning, work, etc. So intrinsic, it's come from our like we are motivated by ourselves. In extrinsic, we are motivated by out of a reward, as I said, anticipation of reward. For 5, we have strategic invest are to promote and to help students to be as much as they can strategic investments, and the teachers are to help students to recognize that if they do this, they will take this. Okay, they will invest in their learning, so as they to develop their way of life. I don't know, everything is possible.
Yes,
Okay,
absolutely. Please,
yeah,
if you can
yeah.
wrap up.
So here, yeah, okay. That's
Amazing.
why I'm I'm speaking at such speed.
Yes,
Okay, so
great.
here the second principle, set of principles, which is affective principles. Here we have language ego. Language ego. As a human beings, we learn to be in, we learn to use a second language. They also develop a new mode of thinking, feeling, and acting, a second identity. The new language ego, intertwined with the second language, can easily create within the learner a sense of fragility, defensiveness, and a reason of inhibitions. Learners need to be treated with affective, tender, loving care, not feel humiliated. Now we have 7, self-confidence. Uh, to promote self-confidence, to help students to not be like low self-esteem. They need to help them to gain this self-confidence and learning the second language.
Yes, exactly.
Risk teacher, always the teacher with all his tools, he can like help learners to be risk taking. And 9, we have the language culture connection. When we teach a language, we also teach its inherent complex system of cultural characteristics. At the end, we have linguistic principles. Uh, so we are with 10 native language effects. The native language can either interfere or facilitate second language production and comprehension, persuade learners to think directly in target language.
Absolutely.
With time
Yes.
constraints, interlanguage,
Yes,
successful
Miss Hasna,
development
because we don't have
of,
much time. We
yeah,
have so many other
successful
trainees that are going to talk.
yeah,
Please, if
okay,
you can wrap up.
yeah. It's so fruitful, it's so
I
important.
know,
But anyway,
absolutely.
time
Yes,
constraints. Yeah,
yes,
successful
very
development
fast.
interlanguage requires external feedback to help the learners. And finally, we have the communicative competence. And communicative competence is part of the CLT, which is communicative language and negotiation of meaning. So to develop communicative competence, instructions need to point toward organizational, pragmatic, systematic, psychomotor competence. These are some linguistic terminologies. Communicative goals are best achieved by giving due attention to language use and not uses, just uses. Use also uses, CLT, to fluency and not just accuracy, you know, to authentic language and context. So I think as a teacher, we need to select what is appropriate to helping students to learn the second language, to learn. better than acquire. We can be eclectic. We can talk about eclecticism here to select what fits the learners and needs and wants. Sorry, I want to extend, but time is. So thank you so much
Exactly.
for your attention. I hope it's useful for you. My pleasure. And if you have any question, don't hesitate to ask. Thank you
You're
so
very
much.
welcome. Your presentation was very, very fruitful and very informative. It was a pleasure to listen to your presentation, really,
Thank you
really.
so much.
Because of the lack of time, we couldn't really take time to, to go into the details. However, I have had, I mean, since we don't have so much time and you spent pretty much half an hour, I'm going to ask just one question by Mr. Abdullah.
Yeah.
He asked, does a good teaching method imply that a teacher should be strict and rigid? What do you think?
Well, this is a very good question. I talked about to be autonomous. You need to be dynamic. There is no, you don't need to be just strict with students or with the learners. You can be flexible. You should be flexible with students to teach them. Not always to be strict. There
Exactly.
are many to teach, to be like me.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you so much, Ms. Hasna. Your presentation was amazing. Now, let's move to our next presentation. Can you please stop sharing your screen?
Yeah, okay.
Let's move to Ms. Kautar Jhadi, who is going to talk to us about the different learning styles. And I saw some questions about learning styles and teaching styles. We are very, very impatient to hear your information. Please go ahead. The floor is yours.
I will share the screen.
Thank you so much.
Yes, Mariam. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mariam.
Tell me if it's perfect. You can see everything, right?
Yes.
Nothing is blocking the way.
Yes.
Okay.
First, hello everyone. Hope you are all doing well in this current situation. First, let me introduce myself. My name is Kautar Jhadi, and I have a BA in English Studies, major linguistics at Amnesty University in Tétouan, and also a certified teacher. And of course, I got my default certification at the Kosu Academy and Global Bus Foundation in collaboration with the Canadian Academy of Training. In fact, before going deeper into the presentation, let me tell you something. Everything in this world has a purpose. It might seem worthless, but the fact is that every one of us plays a vital role in this earth, right? And as human beings, we are different. We are different in many ways. We are all created by the same God, but we do have some variations. And in fact, everyone is unique and gifted in some way, right? So, ladies and gentlemen, as you know, today's presentation is going to be about an important topic, which is the different learning styles. So what does learning styles mean? Do you have any idea? No? Could you please, Mariam, share the screen with us? In fact, the term learning style speaks to the understanding that every student learns differently. That is to say, an individual learning style refers to the preferential in which the the student observes, processes, comprehends, and retains information, right? And also individual learning styles depend on cognitive, emotional, and environmental factors, as well as one's prior experience. Thus, understanding learning styles and the role of learning styles in teaching process is a key component in effective teaching, right? Could you please turn the page, Mariam? And according to Fuller 1993-2010, it is easy to fall into the trap of only teaching to your personally preferred learning style. But multiple studies have shown that if teachers teach to every learning style at least some of the time, students will feel comfortable in the class when their preferences are thought and be able to strengthen their skill in less preferred area. Marian? To be continued, according to Saracen, teaching cannot be successful without knowledge of learning styles and a commitment to matching them with teaching styles and strategies. So certainly all learners learn in different ways. It is therefore essential that teachers should or must try to incorporate as many different teaching styles as possible into the delivery of what they are teaching. Could you please? Thank you. So why teachers should consider learning styles in the educational process? First, to understand how our students differ from us and from each other, to provide learning tools for different styles of learners, and of course to help students strengthen their weak mode of learning, and to help teachers strengthen their weak modes of teaching, of course. Could you please turn the page, Mariam? Can you hear me? Thank you.
Yes, I've turned it.
So learning is an extremely important and thank you. So learning is an extremely important and personal experience for learners of all ages. And actually, years ago, there was an exception that everyone learned a new material in the same way. There are a number of different types of learning styles and different ways that humans retain and process information. So let's find out what are the different types of learning styles. First, visual learners, when they have an image to help them process information, and they may need to map up or write out their thoughts in order to really process what they are thinking. So they are good at observing. If you are a visual learner, you prefer to use pictures, guiding to help you learn. Second, the auditory. In fact, the auditory learning style means a person that learns best by listening. For example, music, video clips, and conversation are their ideal way of learning. So if you are an auditory learner, you prefer using sounds or music or even rhythms to help you learn. Mariam, could you please turn the page? Thank you. Verbal learners, in fact, tend to express themselves in both written and spoken word. Besides, they enjoy reading and writing like tongue twisters and rhymes. So if you are a verbal learner, words are your strong point. You need to read content aloud to learn something or can process it. Third, kinesthetic. In fact, if you are someone who likes getting their hands dirty, then you are likely a physical learner. Because kinesthetic learners are extremely animated and always need to be moving and touching. So if you are a kinesthetic learner, you use your hands, body, and sense of touch to help you learn effectively. Fourth, Miriam, logical Logical learners, in fact, succeed by using order, steps, and logic. To illustrate, these learners can make connections and recognize patterns with ease and work well with numbers. Also, they have a very systematic approach to learning and are excellent at keeping organized, of course. So if you are a logical learner, learning is easier for you if you use logic, reasoning, systems, and sequences. Also, individual, what I call solitary learners, are individuals who simply prefer to learn on their own and keep to themselves. For example, someone who reads self-help books to develop a deeper understanding of themselves is often a solitary or individual learner. So if you are an individual learner, you like to work alone, of course, and you use self-study and prefer your own company when learning. So as you have seen, there are multiple intelligence. There are many different learning styles that the teacher should incorporate or must incorporate in the educational process to have a successful lesson or class. So as a conclusion, the purpose of teaching, of course, is to facilitate learning and to encourage the learners to learn more effectively. Students must be taught in various ways because one single approach to teaching does not work for every student or even for most of the students. Also, the educator awareness of the various learning styles and the students and their efforts toward matching the teaching and learning styles may help in creating an effective learning environment for all learners. And of course, teachers should help the students to become capable of and successful learners. So that's all for my presentation. Hope you are. Thanks for your listening and your attention. Any question, don't hesitate. Thank you so much.
Amazing job, Ms. Kautar. Your presentation was very, very fruitful.
Thank you.
I mean, as if you were a brilliant student with us. Yes, so there is a question by Mr. Ismail Aitlahsan. How can a teacher deal with all these learning styles? What technique can be used by the teacher to compensate for all of these? So what do you think?
First, the teacher should know the preferred way that the student how they prefer to learn. So you can do a text for them to know their preferred way of teaching and how can they have and they love teaching. And
yes,
you can by doing this test, you can you know your student more. You know who is the kinesthetic, who is the verbal, who is the auditory. So you can incorporate in the learning process all these components. And you can, for example, for auditory, you can use music, as I said, and as I mentioned. You can use PowerPoint to satisfy the visual learner, of course. And you can incorporate all this to have a successful class, of course. Hope this answer was clear.
It was, absolutely. We know that each student has their own learning style. And if we as teachers impose our learning styles on students, for example, I am a visual learner. So I learn by colors, by graphics, by, things that are pleasant to the eye. If I impose my learning style on my students, some auditory learners would not like it and they would not learn effectively. And then when I'm going to ask them, I use colors, I do all of this, so why don't you learn effectively? It's because each one has their own learning style, right? So
yes.
As teachers, we cannot impose.
Sorry for interrupting
yes.
you. As Fulder said, it is easy to fall into the trap of only teaching to your personally preferred learning style. As he said, this is
Absolutely.
very clear. So yes, the teacher should satisfy the preferred learning styles of the learners.
Yes, the needs, exactly.
The needs, yes.
I hope this answered your question.
Can I add something, if you don't mind?
Yes, of course.
Thank you. Thanks, Kautar and Hasna. Your presentations were really very interesting. Okay, we have got a lot of interesting ideas. I would like just to add something about learning styles, because basically what do we say? We say we teach beginners, or we teach intermediate students, or we teach advanced levels, or I have got first grade class. But basically, when you say I have got first grade or second grade, that means they have the same learning style. But in fact, we have to say, I teach 30 students, or I teach 25 students, because each student has got his or her different learning style. And this is the job of the teacher. The job of the teacher is to satisfy the different learning styles. One activity, you can use different learning styles. Okay, one activity you can satisfy different learning styles. For example, one activity you can use a picture, listening, students can move for kinesthetic, using chart for visual learners, using a listen activity for auditory, going to the board and write for verbal writing and speaking. So this is the most important task for teachers, which is to meet the different learning styles. How? Is variety of activities, variety of techniques, variety of methods, etc. And Kautar really talks about all these things, and I really congratulate you for your very interesting presentation. Thank you.
Absolutely.
So much, sir.
All right, so I think that answered his question. I think now we have to go back and go to our next speaker, who is Miss Miriam Burwah. Yeah, she's going to talk to us about how to teach reading effectively. Yes, Miriam, the floor is yours. Please share your screen.
Yes, just a minute. Okay, can you see everything clearly? Nothing is blocking the way. You can hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. So, hello everyone. I hope you had an amazing day. And before starting, I want to express my deepest gratitude to GBF community and to Mr. Hussein Qasas personally for this amazing opportunity. And also, without forgetting the wonderful moderators, Asma and Najwa, thank you so much for your effort to make this webinar go as smooth as it should be. And also I want to thank other presenters for their speech. It was like music to my ears, so thank you. So my talk, as you know, is going to be about how to teach reading effectively. And we have all been students at some point of our lives. And especially when we were young, I think most of us find reading a bit boring. I mean, I personally did. When I was in high school, I used to find it boring, but the funny and questionable thing is that I felt it was boring just with some teachers. So now that I'm a certified teacher and I know the strategies and approaches teachers use, I got to, like they say, dot the E's and cross the T's, connect and reflect on why some reading classrooms were lifeless while others were not. So the objective of this talk is to make you know how to teach reading and create an engaging and a radiant classroom and lesson. As for the objective, also like the purpose of this talk is to know that I'm gonna quote word by word this amazing quote, but I found it in a book called Reading Like a Pro. No, Teach Reading Like a Pro, yes. And by the way, I advise you to read it. So the quote says, reading is so much more than starting your first word on the page and moving along each line till you get to the end. Inspire them, your students, and give them love for reading. It is easier than you think. So this is my objective, and we will see how we can achieve it. So the next slide. Okay, so before beginning, we should know two basic important things, which are the two types of reading and the two processes of understanding a text. So we have firstly the two types of reading. We have extensive reading and intensive reading. So extensive reading means reading for joy. You read for your own pleasure, not because you should or it's mandatory or like you should read that book or that article or whatever. This approach can expose you to different and various range of vocabulary and grammatical structures. It can help you train your mind to try to figure out the meaning of unfamiliar word from the context without really searching word by word in your dictionary. So it will help you, and by you, I mean your students, to develop a very needed sub-skill that we will discover later on. So on the other hand, we have intensive reading. So in this reading, like we do it in classrooms, we follow a short text and you do its exercises for a deep and detailed understanding. This approach helps the learners to understand the target language's grammar and syntax. Thus, you will get to engage with the text and decode its deep meanings. So in classrooms, we often work only with the intensive reading materials due to the time limit. However, you can always encourage your students to read more at home and to develop themselves by themselves and not to rely only on the professor. So the second point is I want to raise here is the two processes to understand a text. And you can choose whatever you like, but variety is always better. So the first process is top down. In this one, you don't start with the text. You start from outside the text. For example, you will teach animals. In the top-down process, you will start with maybe using pictures or predicting what will the lesson be, something like this. You start from outside the text. As for the bottom-up process, is simply its opposite. You start from inside the text. You go from specific to general. For example, you can select a sentence from a text, and this is specific, and from it, you can pave the way to the general, which is the whole text eventually. So these approaches are vital for you to choose from and use them interchangeably. Always vary your ways of teaching, and remember, don't be stagnant. So now that we know these things, and before going to class, you should first plan your lesson and try to integrate in it as many sub-skills and skills as you can to accommodate all your learner styles. So as we saw just previously with Kautar, we know there is the auditory style, the kinesthetic, the visionary, the verbal, and many more. So you should pay close attention and try to include activities or games to satisfy all your learner styles when planning your lesson. So in this way, you will engage all your students and no one will feel as if he or she is being left behind. So in addition to that, in your plan, you should answer these following questions. What are my objectives? What am I teaching? Who am I teaching? How will I teach it? And do my students understand? So when you finish planning, try to put yourself in your students' shoes and see whether what you have come up with is relevant to them or not. And by relevant, I mean whether it's practical for their background, age, and level. So also in the planning process, or in teaching reading in general, you should be aware of the 3 reading stages. We have the pre-stage, the during stage, and the post-stage. So firstly, the pre-stage. So the pre-stage, and this is where you should prepare your students, build their interest, hook them, and activate their schemata so that they will be occupied and enthusiastic about the lesson. For example, get them to think about the topic before even opening their books. Make them predict what the lesson is going to be about. Use visual aids or lead-in questions to direct them where you want them to be headed at, or maybe make them brainstorm any ideas they have on that topic. There is many and plenty ways by which you can lit your students' fire. So let me explain to you what happens when you do so. So when you activate your students' schemata by making them think about what they already know on the given topic, it is more likely for them to be able to retain the new information you are going to deliver. Because first, you have motivated them and made them feel like they know a lot of things. And what you're going to deliver is simply going to add or connect with the information they already possess. And second, you gave them a purpose to read and a purpose to be engaged with you throughout the whole lesson. It's like playing with their psychology. So the only thing is that you should be really, really careful when selecting a text. It is important that your students are interested in the material. They will be more active in the discussion if they feel strongly about a particular topic. So as you can see, the pre-stage is vital if you want to have a successful lesson. I'll tell you how I see things and how I remember this. I mean, it's a funny thing, I mean, at least for me, but I'll tell you anyways. So I always associate the pre-stage and pretty much all the other stages with selling something, for instance. So in order to gain customers and your selling rate will go up, you should know how to sell your products and how to promote it. So if you don't know how to do this, you will pretty much lose a lot of energy and time and end up with no capital at the end. So this is like teaching. In this case, you should know how to sell your lesson to your students. You should give them a purpose to consume your lesson. Otherwise, you will end up with a bored class, which will lead you as a teacher to be occupied with their unhealthy noise, which will result in having a rather dismal teaching experience. And we don't want this to happen to us. So therefore, from the first place, you should lit the fire in your students and keep them engaged with you so that they will keep you engaged with their noise. So the second stage is when you start reading the text. So in this stage, you should adapt the textbook's comprehension questions based on your agenda. I mean, the textbook doesn't know your students' level and age. You are supposed to omit and add the things that you find to fit most in your classes. So for example, you can answer the comprehension questions on the text. And if you want to, you can add other questions, you can. If you want to omit other questions, you can. You can do whatever you want. So you can play with the questions, as I said, however you want. Try to start, however, just try to start with the easy questions and then build up the difficulty. And always remember, the textbook is not something sacred that is forbidden to be changed. You needed to abide by the book if you want to. Your students' level and their strength and difficulties should be the core or the basis upon which you build your lessons, not the other way around. And also in this stage, keep in mind to vary your activities and integrate other skills in it, like listening, speaking, vocab, or anything you want. I have extracted this example to better understand this theoretical part. So the text you see is about nature. So in the questions, you can see like the focus here is on reading, but there are some questions where other skills are integrated in it. So as you can see in the first question, you can see the little headphones and it says, look at the picture and listen to the sound. I guess it was the sound of thunder. I don't remember, but anyways, it's something you listen to. So here you have integrated listening in reading. Then it says, how do you think you would feel if you were in this place? Here your student will talk, thus speaking is also integrated in this reading part. Then the second question has like vocab. If you pre-taught vocab in the pre-stage, you can check your students' understanding even further with this question. Let's move to the fifth exercise and is integrating paraphrasing and reading for details. And here, because you will read the text and produce the answer in your own style, means writing is also integrated here. So as you can see, this reading lesson is diverse. And this is what you should do in your own lessons. Having a diverse lesson plan will enable students who are good at other aspects to still participate and feel confident in their abilities while working to improve an area they are weaker at. For example, for those who are good at speaking and want to improve their vocab or writing, they can do it, though the main focus is not vocab nor writing. So as for the last stage, which is a productive stage, the students produce their own language. In this part, try to extend the activity, think out of the box, and remember, you can always integrate other skills. So I'll give you examples. You can use an interactive approach where your students get to the chance to role play if the text was a play, or to do an interview, or even to pretend they are performing in front of the TV. They can retell the story in small groups or to you. They can collect pictures and produce one final image that summarizes the whole text, etc. There are many ways to integrate other skills and to have fun while learning. Just be productive. So now that we know the three stages, you might be asking, okay, how am I supposed to come up with my own questions and on what basis should I base them? So in this case, knowing the reading sub-skills is the answer to those questions. So reading has many sub-skills, such as you can see from the picture. So the ones that are obvious, I will explain them very briefly due to the time limit. So we have paraphrasing. So paraphrasing is to rewrite or restate something using different words. Note-taking, I love this one. Note-taking is to write down ideas from the text in short form. So in that way, after understanding the text, you can write down the main points and supporting details in an outline form. And as I said, I personally love this sub-skill. It will help you a lot if you want to refer back to the text when answering comprehension questions or when summarizing it. So predicting is using clues like headlines, main sentences, pictures about the text, so you can be able to form a more or less accurate picture of what the text is going to talk about. Inferring or inferences cannot be found directly in the lines of the text. You should teach your students to read between the lines, select some clues from the text, and use their critical thinking in order to deduce how the writer or speaker feels about something from the way they speak or write rather than from the way they openly say or the words they choose. Okay, this is a long sentence. I'll break it down. Inferences is when you deduce how a writer feels about something, but not from the way he or she chooses the words, but from the way they write. So because the style by which a writer or a speaker writes or speaks is more or less unconscious, but the words chosen are most of the time conscious, and there's a lot of thinking and analysis, therefore putting them to use. So before putting them to use, I'll give you examples. So if you read a book that someone went out and slammed the door behind him, you will infer that he is mad about something. This is inferring. You get to deduce a logical conclusion just from reading between the lines and observing how the speaker or writer writes or speaks, not because he said, I am mad. Okay, so the next one is skimming. Skimming is like to read quickly for main ideas. This method can benefit your students because knowing the main idea of a text is extremely helpful for them before reading closely. They will have a general understanding and will help them read faster as well. Scanning is to read the text quickly in order to pick up specific information. So in this technique, you look for keywords and your students get to learn to group specific letters together and quickly identify the words. It is crucial because it allows students to know how to look back in the text quickly to find the answer for the given question. We have reading for details. So in this one, this is when you pay attention to every single word and to specific details. You simply read to understand most of what the text says. As for read it for gist, you read to understand the general meaning of the text without paying much attention to the details. It could be a fast reading or a slow reading, it doesn't matter. The most important thing here is that you read to grasp the main idea of the text. So then we have proofreading. So proofreading is to read a text to check whether there are any mistakes, like spelling mistakes, grammar mistakes, punctuation mistakes, etc. Summarizing, I think this one is obvious, like everyone knows it. It means to like extract the main ideas of the text and to write them in a short, concise way. Editing is to correct or change some passages or parts of a text to make it clearer and easier to understand. Deducing meaning from context is to guess the meaning of unknown words from the context. So from either the situation or from the other words nearby. So using dictionary every time we encounter a new word will interrupt the flow of learning, of reading. So however, it is only possible when the text doesn't have so much difficult words. The last one is using interactive strategies. And to use, this means like to use other strategies other than words to keep people interested and engaged in what is said or to keep communication going. So you can use body language, eye contact, gestures, and all that, like everything besides words. So now we will move to the tips, and it's
Yes,
like
Maria?
my last one. Yes.
Yeah,
How much
exactly
time?
5 minutes.
Okay,
Go
I
ahead.
will do it. Thank you so much. So for the tips, okay, it's like a conclusion of what I have just said. So the first one is never, ever start with the famous saying of open your book on the page blank, fill in the blank, and read the text. This traditional, no, not just traditional, this very bad habit is very, very bad. Like if not nothing, you'll end up with very little interaction and enthusiasm in your class. And we try to do our best to avoid boring and dreary classes. We should make our students love and enjoy what they learn, not turn it into a burden. So the second one is invest time to prepare your lessons. If you as a teacher are not planning, thinking, nor bringing new ideas and new concepts to your classroom, don't expect anything more than you do from your students in return. I know it will take time, it will consume energy, it will make you tired, but in return, it is super rewarding. And as Mr. Hussein Qsaras used to say, teaching is demanding, but it is rewarding at the end. So that's what counts the most. Then the third tip is when planning your lesson, as I said earlier, take into consideration your learners' learning styles and their difficulties and strengths. We should work and give lessons and questions to empower our learners' powerful areas, and most importantly, to improve their areas that should be improved. And lastly, also the last tip is we should integrate other secondary skills along with the main focus of that session so that the lessons won't be boring and demotivating. You should design engaging and motivating materials to meet your students' needs. After all, they are the central point of everything. The textbook is nothing more than a suggestion on what to teach and what to do in your class. It is nothing but a piece from which you get inspired to produce your own materials. As I said earlier, don't be its slave. Introduce topics of your own and try to change the students' attitudes towards reading. We all know that students can be easily turned off with pages filled with words. However, you can make their experience enjoyable. It will both benefits you and them. So reading might seem, I think I have finished. So reading might seem like an easy material to teach, but in fact, it has more layers to it that most of us seem to neglect. So now that you know those layers, I hope you will get to implement those strategies in your reading lessons to teach it effectively and neatly, of course. So I have reached the end of my talk. Thank you so much for listening, and thank you, Esma, for moderating this talk. Thank you. If you have any questions. Yes,
Great
please.
job, Mariam. Everyone is
you.
expressing how they love your presentation. Please, can you stop sharing your screen?
Yes.
I do have a, yes, great. Okay, so I do have a question here, but before, Ms. Habiba gave us a comment, and
Yes.
I liked it so much. She said, keep in mind that you should not explain all the difficult words that are in the text. We should only explain some of them that might block the learners, you know, their learners.
Understanding.
Exactly.
Understanding.
Yes.
Also,
yes, indeed.
Exactly. So I totally agree with her. A reading lesson is not a vocabulary lesson. So if we are going to pre-teach some vocabulary, we should only select some 5 to 6 words that are really, really difficult that might block the understanding of the learners. If we start at every word, we're just going to, teach the vocabulary of the lesson and not focus on the skills and the sub skills of the reading lesson. We also have another quote that I really liked. If you fail to plan, then you are planning to fail. By the same
person. My God, I love it.
Exactly. So of course, you have to plan your lessons effectively. And if you don't, then you are planning to fail your lesson.
Yes, it's basic.
Exactly. So we have a question by Mr. Abdelmunaim Al-Gmidi.
Yes, please.
He said, how can we motivate our students to practice extensive learning? How can we motivate students to practice learning that is outside the curriculum? Yes.
Yes. Okay. So I think that learning, like most of students, like acquire how they read from school. So if they experienced bad experiences and like long texts and boring texts in class, they will have like this pre-assumption that all reading materials are dull or they don't click with it, you know. So what I suggest here is that they should know their students, and the teacher should select some materials that he thinks the students will enjoy. That way they will read in class, and he can select other materials to be read at home, and I think they will enjoy it. So I think the first step is that he should initiate like the part of his to select good materials and pleasant materials.
Yes, absolutely. Also, another idea is that when we, when we have extensive reading and we have intensive reading, so extensive reading is something that we choose. Intensive reading is mandatory. We cannot choose it. All right.
Yes.
So this is why we should make this reading lesson very interesting, because they did not have a choice in it. So you have to make them love the lesson. All right.
Yes,
so now
that's why one last thing. I mean, that's why knowing your students is vital in the planning process. You should know your students, what they like, what's their background, their age, like, so you can predict what they might enjoy.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Mariam, for your
Thank you
amazing
so much.
presentation.
And thank you for moderation and for the comments you've received. I mean, they were
Thank
amazing.
you.
Thank you.
Yes, now we will be moving to our next speaker, Mr. Yusuf Lamin, who is going to talk to us about how to build an interactive relationship with our students. So, Mr. Yusuf, are you here?
Yes. Okay. Thank you so much, Asma,
All right,
for
please share
moderating.
your screen. Yes, go
You
ahead.
and do you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes. I said thank you so much for moderating this seminar, you and Najwa. And I think also all the presenters who are presenting their topics, they are really amazing. Okay, so I'm gonna start with mine, but before I would just like to just give a brief presentation or introduction about me. So my name is Lemin Youssef. I am one of the trainees who studied at the 120 TEFL program at Ecoso Academy, organized also by the Global Bus Foundation. So I would really like, to thank all those organizers really, and especially Mr. Hussein Saras for his, keen interest and all of his support and guidance and everything he presented, everything, or for every information he actually presented in that program. And I do advise every English a graduate to study that course before just starting his teaching. Okay, so for my topic, do you see my topic here or no? See here.
We still don't see the presentation.
Yes, okay. I just was busy talking. All right. So this is the topic. It's top ways to build high interactive teacher-student relationship. Okay.
Could you please make it full screen?
Yeah.
Yes, next to the mic. Okay, perfect.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So as I said, this is the topic. Okay. So I chose this topic because of its importance, and we know that the teacher and the student relationship is very important. Okay. So even before you start teaching, this is the first thing you may start may think about. Okay. You say just as a teacher, how can I get just close to those students, because you just don't know, especially if it's the first experience or it's your first class. You're gonna just spend the night before the class thinking about this problem maybe. Okay, so here we are. I'm going here to just show you some methods, techniques, tips for you as a teacher to effectively interact with the students at those first days, and not only the first days, but for the entire school academic year. And also, you develop, a good teacher-student relationship. You develop a good relationship with this student, and this will help you a lot. Really, it will be really helpful for you as a teacher. Why? Because it's gonna just facilitate the process of, or both the processes, teaching process as well as the learning process. You're gonna be kind of confident and feel really excited working with your students. And the same thing for students, they're gonna be really excited to work with you as a teacher who does know them better. Okay, so I'm gonna just here turn or go to the outline. So I am going to cover these three important elements. So the first, meeting with students. This is the first contact with the students. And then I'm going also show you the contracts, or creating the classroom contracts, and its importance in helping you developing that good relationship you are looking for. And finally, we're gonna see some activities or interactive learning activities that just boost the interaction between you and between you and the students, and just you, and from which you can also achieve the learning objectives of your students. Okay, so here is the first meeting with students. So it's very important, for the teacher to know his students at the first time, you know their names, background, and interests. You know, you want also to know their level for like English classes, equal classes. You would like to know how, you know, what's their like English level. So this is just depends on the type of course you are teaching. And also, you know, for you to answer the students' questions and questions about the teacher and the course. Okay, so I would like to just to go back to the first one. So here for you as a teacher, you should know the names, background, and interests of your students. Actually, I just remember that when I was studying primary, secondary, and also high school, the first meeting with the teacher, I think it was really boring. Most of the time was really boring. What does he actually, what most of them did was just to give us like a sheet to like write our names, age, like the previous like school we studied it, and like kind of some of like who is your father, who is your mother, and things like that. And which I feel that they are not important. Okay, so some like information they like require are not even important, like for the for even for the teacher, you know, to know. Okay, this is, I think as an alternative, I'm going to show you, of course, how you can, you know, just notice and add something more interesting. Also, you have to answer the student's question about the teacher and the course. You have to present yourself for the students in a good manner. And also you have also to answer positively their questions about the course. You should like just involve them in your course. What's in your course? Is it important for them? Does it meet your their needs? And for you also as a teacher, are you going to be fair? And are you going to be like kind of interested, like giving them attention? Okay, so every student asks, I think, asks these questions. Okay, so one good method for you as a teacher to start with like your first meeting is to use ice breaking activities. And here are two ice breaking activities. So the first one is the couscous game. As you can see that this is a couscous, okay? It just looks really delicious. What is this couscous game like, or this picture mean? Like how can you can use this game? So whiteboard or the blackboard, you just draw a circle, okay? And you just write kind of some information about you, like your age, maybe your name, your the place, your birthplace, and the experience. So your daughter, your son, so everything, okay? So everything that you feel that you want to you want your students to know. So this one is actually good for the, you can, I think that is good in like small classes, okay? Because you will also allow the students to use it and do the same thing, okay? So that you can just get to know each other. And the second one is the inside and the outside circle. As you can see from this just photo or picture. So we have here two circles, okay? It may seem that it's one, but in fact it's two. And you can see here students, okay? They are standing in front of each other. So what's that's, you know, the inside and outside. So the students who are in the inside circle actually, you know, talk to the others, okay? Introduce themselves, okay? They are introducing. And before, for you as a teacher, you should first model the you know, this activity, and you show like your students how it's gonna be like, okay? So you just, for example, say, you can say, hello, what is your name? Where are you from? What do you like do, etc. Okay, so it's a really useful one. It's, you can use it, you can be there with the students, and also it's good that the students also get to know also each other. If it's, you know, the first contact, also the students, it's their first meeting too, so they don't actually know each other, so they would like to know their classmates, and they will love to know about their like interests and their background, everything. So all of this will help them in the following and the next classes, and will make them really comfortable, really like kind of happy being there at the class, and not just staying afraid, like scared from others, and the kind of shy, cannot actually raise or participate, and other things. Okay, so this is really encouraging, motivating, and facilitates both teaching and learning. Okay, so this would really help you as a teacher and your students in the entire school year. All right, and next, I think that's enough for the section of the first meeting. You can also use this strategy or this technique. That is, you create a classroom contract. Okay, a classroom contract. So this is a contract between the teacher and the students. Okay, so they agree open some, like they kind of agree about like some rules, the classroom rules. They agree, which means the students have responsibilities and the teacher also has responsibilities. And how can this classroom contract process like take place? So I think you first try to not just like just suggest it. You suggest that it's good for them, but do not like try to come up with your own rules from the very beginning and just present them, and you say that these are my rules. If you have to accept them, it's the rule. Okay, so try to allow them to and give them like the opportunity to express themselves, to express their like ideas about this new idea, and like to give their opinions, right? So that that they can share and they feel that they are important in the classroom. They are involved. They are so important in the learning, in the learning process. Second, yes, try to here to turn their ideas into rules. Okay, so after giving their opinions, their ideas, try to like take them and turn them into rules. Okay, so for example, some students may like suggest that for example, homework should not be like, or homework should be obligatory. Okay, so some good students may say this. Okay, so you just like write it down. Okay, and other students may say that, for example, like for participation, they may say that all students might participate or should participate, and that's good. Okay, so these are some kind of ideas, and maybe other students would like to just suggest that they want to work in groups, and this is a good thing, really. Others would suggest that to have like kind of trips or to have other like outside learning activities. Okay, and also a good suggestion. Anyways, try to just like select the best thing that work for you as a teacher, and will also for you as a teacher try to suggest the things you would like to have in your class. And I would like to mention is because it's kind of a problem for some teachers. It's about the raising hands, okay, for students. So if you do not like agree with them, it will be difficult for you to just control the class, okay? So some students will like talk, you know, and without permission, without waiting, without raising their hands, without waiting for you as a teacher to ask them to answer. And this is creates kind of just it's not fair, okay? Because some students, good students, will usually take the the opportunity to answer, while others, like slow learners, will usually see themselves as like slow and they cannot participate due to the participation of others, and this is really creates some problems in your class. Okay, so
Yes,
very
Mr.
important.
Yusuf, you have
Also
6
for you
minutes
as
left.
how much?
Six minutes
Yes.
left.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So also for the teacher, yes, I wanted to mention, but just left. Okay. So and finally, yes, you just sign the contract. Okay. Try to sign the contract after collecting everything. And yes, next, good. We are going to see here the interactive learning activities. Also, there are also some learning activities, interactive ones that really make the students really happy and interact with each other and work cooperatively and improve the teacher and the student relationship as well as the student-student relationship. So we've seen the icebreaking activities, right? Good. We've seen the quiz game and the inside and outside of circle. And the second one here, the think, pair, share. Yes, when students are working on an activity, try to encourage them. Try to encourage them to like to share the ideas. Pair, which means that they share it with their partner, and after they share it with all their classmates. Okay, and this is really good for the students. And the next one here, debate discussion, try to involve them in discussions and debate, try to let them like express their ideas and their some knowledge, everything in the learning activities. Also role play, try to make them involved in some rules, to play rules, and this can be done by teaching the skills speaking, especially speaking as well as the writing. And also here try for this as a teacher, try to sometimes give or just like organize some games between like the students or the student teacher, and try to like change the mood and change usually the daily routine of studying. And but this one really is really it's a really good one because it just takes them out of the normal reading and other stuff. And finally, project work, if they are working in like a project, which means that they are also working together cooperatively and all towards one objective, that is learning. Okay, I think that's all. Thank you so much for your attention and for your listening. Thank you so much for for everything.
Yes, amazing job, Mr. Yusuf. Your presentation is very, very informative, and we can see that even in the comments, there is a very good interaction. Thank you all for your comments out there and questions. Um, uh, I have a question that really caught my attention. What are some activities for students who are going to learn English for the first time? Because what you said is probably for beginners, but they're not like real beginners, like absolute beginners. There's for people who talk a little bit, who can introduce themselves. What about people who
can't introduce themselves in English?
Yeah, who learn English for the first time.
For the first time, okay, this can be done like by the second language, the other language, Arabic or French. So because here the aim is to communicate, is communication. Okay, it's not learning. Okay, so it's communication. Learning comes after, and then you can start with the lessons and try to work on achieving their learning aims. Then with like lessons and other things, right?
Yes, absolutely. Also, Ms. Habiba in the comments said that with her first year learners, she used to greet them and introduce herself by saying, "Hi, my name is, and I am your teacher of English." Then she would point at one of her students and say, "Okay," and say, "And you? What is your name?" or something like that. And they would answer, "My name is," and that would be enough for the first meeting. This is what she said. Thank you so much, Ms. Habiba, for your comments. Thank you, Mr. Yusuf. Amazing job.
Thank you so much.
Yes, sure, Mr. Hussein, go ahead.
Yeah, just stop sharing. Yeah, thank you, Yusuf, again for this very fruitful presentation.
Thank you too.
There was a very interesting question, by the way, about using games with students who will study English, for example, the first time. Okay, yeah, it's very interesting. So here we talk about facilitating the learning process of our learners, because students don't have a good knowledge or a good background about English. So the first contact, the first meeting, you can introduce yourself, as Mrs. Habiba said. And basically, I bring the ball. The first session with my students, I bring a small ball. And I said, "This is the ball. My name is Hussein. My name is Hussein." And I throw the ball to another student. Repeat. You say your name. My name is Karim, and you throw the ball. Then the second question, I am a teacher, and you, I am a student. Okay, so sometimes bringing new object can motivate students. Okay, because we say that teaching is a learning process. So step by step, and it's very interesting that couscous game that you mentioned. Yeah, even with the beginners, you can just use colors, use food, use names, okay, and you tell them to guess, okay, about those words. And you, for example, color red. What's your favorite color? Okay, pizza. What's your favorite food? 17. What is your age or how old are you, etc. Okay. Thanks.
Really useful, really. Yes, thank you for
Proud of you, Yusuf. Good job.
Thank you.
Great job, both of you and everyone. These are very fruitful information that we need to keep in our minds as strategic teachers. Our next speaker here is Miss Wissal. All right, so are you ready, Miss Wissal Mahdawi?
Yes,
She's
hello.
going to talk to us about the importance of giving instructions in EFL classes. Miss Wissal, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Asma and Najwa, for your efforts. First of all, I would like to give a brief presentation about me. So I'm Wissam Mehdawi, a PhD student at Ibn Zahar University, and I hold my certificate in TEFL trainee so by Mr. Hussein from Global Bus Foundation in collaboration with the Tokoso Academy. So I will share my. Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes, we can. Please make it full screen.
Okay,
great.
First of all, I would like to thank Mr. Hussein Kastras for giving me this opportunity to participate in this interesting and informative webinar. And as a TEFL trainee, I'm very glad to be here with you and to share with you my presentation, which is about the importance of giving instructions in EFL classrooms. In my presentation, I will discuss the following points: a general overview, the meaning of instructions, characteristics of effective instructions, tips for good instructions, examples for giving instructions, and a general conclusion. So we all know that the classroom is the dynamic space, bringing together students from different backgrounds with various abilities and personalities. So being an effective teacher, requires the implementation of creative teaching instructions to meet students' individual needs and inspire the classroom practice. So effective teachers are able to find what needs to be done and find ways to consistently achieve order by having a plan for instructions and know the exact requirements for each level and subject. Therefore, instruction given is an area that deserves attention and practice. So the question here is, what do we mean by instructions? According to Penny Year 2007, classroom instructions are the directions that are given to introduce a learning task which entails some measure of independent students' activity. She also stated that the classroom instructions are the purposeful direction of the learning process and one of the major teacher class activities by using simple, clear, concise language. In other words, using common terms as often as possible, like look, listen, work with your partner, work in groups, etc. So before you start your lesson, ask yourself, do the students have a background knowledge to build their skills? Do they know why they read a particular text? What the skill they are expected to learn? And are they going to work individually, in groups, or in pairs. So here I will discuss some characteristics, some effective characteristics of effective instructions. The first one is teaching for understanding. Teaching for understanding is leading students to engage in a variety of thought-provoking activities, such as explaining, finding examples, generalizing, etc. So teachers assess students in making connections between prior knowledge and new knowledge to develop deep conceptual and procedural knowledge. Teachers who teach for understanding, the first, make a long-term thinking-centered process. Second, provide for rich ongoing assessment. Third, support learning with powerful representations. And finally, induct students into the discipline. The second characteristic is assessment for learning or formative assessment. It is a process used by teachers and students as part of instruction and provides feedback to adjust ongoing teaching and learning to improve students' achievement. The goal of formative assessment is to monitor student learning to provide ongoing feedback that can help students identify their strengths and weaknesses and target areas that need to work. The third characteristic is teaching for learner differences. Teaching for learner differences requires teachers to understand essential concepts and skills to identify the contributing factors affecting the desired outcome and to use a variety of methods to teach and reinforce the desired concepts. The fourth characteristic is a rigorous curriculum, which is one that is complex, provocative, and personally challenging. A relevant curriculum requires students to use knowledge to solve complex real-world problems and to create works to use in real-world situations. Rigor and relevance is represented by challenging content that is significant to a topic, includes authentic work, and the application of knowledge and skills to complex problems. The last characteristic is student-centered classrooms. In student-centered classrooms, students construct and invested in the discovery of their own knowledge based on experiential, holistic, and authentic and challenging experiences through collaboration and cooperation with others. In this characteristic, teachers take the skills, knowledge, and concepts that the curriculum requires and connects them to students' experiences, interests, and environments. They provide opportunities for students to communicate within their understandings, reasoning, solutions, and connections. Teachers here encourage students to reflect on their own thinking and learning. So the question here is how teachers should give instructions. The first thing is not waiting until the students are ready, which means for not wasting time, the teacher should use his or her own way to attract the students' attention. For example, using a code word or sometimes silence, even it is a traditional trick, but it is effective. So this saves you from repeating yourself. The second thing is don't hand those materials before when you're giving instructions. Here means that the teacher should hand out worksheets first and then giving instructions so students can read what they have to do. The third thing is don't say to students, do you understand? Because students most of the time may be too shy to say we don't understand. So make sure to demonstrate their understanding by asking one or two of your students to demonstrate the activity in front of the class. The fourth thing is don't give many instructions at once. Means that the teacher should be systematic in giving instructions, which means that he should give the first stage and check students' understanding and then moving to the other stage. The last thing is don't use complex language. which is easy, that teachers should use clear and concise language for the learning can go smoothly and successfully. Here are some tips for good instructions. Before starting any lesson, the teacher should divide the class into pairs and spreading them out around the room so that they all have enough space. Next, all the students tell the students that they will take turns giving their partners instructions. The third thing, encourage them to correct mistakes by themselves. And finally, allow them a minute or two in each role. This table illustrates the difference between good instructions and bad instructions. For good instructions, the teacher uses clear and graded language, which means that the teacher should use a simple, clear, concise language rather than jargon or technical terms so that students don't lose interest and can easily comprehend. The second thing is support instructions with gestures. So, like language, gestures are very important because while giving instructions, the teacher should clarify unclear teacher talk and give visual aids in comprehending the instruction. The third thing is ensure all students are engaged. The teacher should make sure that all students are concentrated and be involved in the learning process. To do so, the teacher must create a rich learning environment and motivation to learn. The last thing, is check all students have understood instructions. Always listen for understanding instructions and make instructional decisions during the lesson. Easy way to check some students to understand instructions
Miss Wissal, I can't hear you well.
sorry. Yes,
Now I
Asma.
can. Yes. I didn't hear you well. Could you please repeat the last sentence?
Okay, so the last instruction, good instruction, is check all students have understood instructions, which means that checking for understanding is very important while giving instructions because it allows the teacher to make instructional decision during the lesson. The easy way to do it is by asking some of the students to explain to you what they have to do. And for poor instructions, using, of course, is the construct of the good instructions, using confusing and vague language, talking around the task, lack of eye contact, handing out worksheets, and giving instructions at the same time. So here there is a question for the audience, but unfortunately we don't have time. So why concise and clear instructions are important? First, because they give learners confidence in you. Second, mark the beginning of a new activity. Third, promote collaborative learning. Fourth, provide an opportunity for authentic listening for students. Fifth, keep lesson running smoothly. And finally, increase opportunity for students to participate in the class. So what is the good way to make sure your instructions are clear? So the good way is to write them while preparing your lesson plan. And if you see that your instructions seem too long, you can delete, but you keep the original meaning. Here I have some examples of giving clear instructions. The first example is stop writing, please. I give you 5 minutes to tell your partner what you do in your holiday, and after that, you change pairs and ask your new partner the same question. As you see here, the use of please, which is very important for the teacher to be polite, otherwise the students will get offended. uh, 5 minutes, the teacher should always specify time so that the students can be responsible about their work and be and not wasting time. The same thing with the second example. Look at me, please. I want you to work as a group and discuss the importance of humor in our lives and how it can generate a positive and happy environment. You have 10 minutes. Also, time is very, very important. So this table is actually was designed for the audience to answer, but we don't have time. So I will answer these questions. So this table illustrates the wordy instructions and concise instructions. So as you see in the first instructions, now I would like for you to get out a piece of paper and put it on your desk. So to make it clear and concise, the teacher should use a simple sentence. For example, take out a piece of paper, no more. The second instruction, once the paper is on the desk, could you please write down 5 questions using the present continuous tense? You can easily say, fold your paper, write down 5 questions, please, using the present continuous tense. The third one, now that you have written 5 questions, I would like for you to hold the paper in half. You can say when fold your paper in half without saying more sentences. So the fourth one is, now when I turn on the music, please pass your paper to the person on the left, and I would like for you to continue passing your papers until the music stops. The teacher can easily say, when the music starts, please pass your papers to the left, continue passing them until the music stops. So as a conclusion, being clear is the best way to reduce the possibilities of interruptions and misunderstanding. So producing well-delivered instructions has an impact on the teacher's confidence in their teaching and the students' confidence in English as something that they have to understand. It is important to plan instructions in advance until you feel confident that you can deliver acceptable instructions without pre-planning. So taking into consideration that instructions need to be as simple as possible and logical. So the goal of each student must be at the heart of the learning process. So here I have some references I rely on during my research, and thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Wissal. It seems that everyone wants to express their appreciation for your amazing and inspiring presentation. Given classroom instructions is one of the things that every teacher should acquire. And, you know, what are effective instructions? Using body language, using clear, concise, and simple language. Don't ask your students summarize the text and answer all the questions and explain the words in the vocabulary and leave them just like that. You should define the mode of work. You should also tell them the time or the duration. I'm going to give you 5 minutes, 3 minutes, 2 minutes, and that is how good instructions take place. Thank you so much, Ms. Wissal. Amazing job. We don't have time for questions. I don't think. Yes, please stop sharing your screen. I don't think anyone asked a question. Everything was clear. Now let's move to our next speaker. Ms. Najwa, I give you the floor.
Yes, thank you, Asma, and thank you, Wissal, for this amazing presentation. So our next speaker is Mr. Abdelrazak Shtayen. He's going to talk about classroom management. So because we are running out of time, without any further delay, I would pass the floor to you, Mr. Abdelrazak. Mr. Abdelrazak, please, the floor is yours.
His mic. Great.
Hello, Najwa.
Okay. Yes, please go ahead.
You hear me clear?
Hello, can you hear me? Yes, please.
Yes.
Can you start sharing
yes,
Can you share your screen? Thank you.
Do you see my screen now?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, okay. Okay, hello everyone. Okay, our moderators. Welcome, I'm sorry. Hello everyone. Uh, Welcome all to this webinar, our moderators and audience, and our presenters. Okay, first of all, I want to thank Global Bus Foundation and Tokoso Academy and the Canadian Academy for organizing this TEFL program. In addition to this, I want to thank my coach and trainer Lucien Kasras for all his efforts to make this TEFL program 120 hours successful. Frankly speaking, great job. Okay, so let's get started. My presentation today will be on classroom management. Okay, I want to start by telling why we should know classroom management. We do classroom management to create a set of expectation, how my class should be, to have an idea how the class, what is my consistency in my class. Then to engage student in the learning process. You know that classroom management gives us the opportunity to engage student. And you know that engagement is better than motivation. Thirdly, to manage the time in class. Classroom management enable us to manage the time also in PPP, presentation, practice, and production stage. To implement consistency in class. My student will know what is allowable and what is not allowable. Okay, to reduce misbehavior, effective classroom management gives students a little time to misbehave. Lastly, to avoid conflict in EFL classes. You know that classroom management gives us the power to control our class from conflicts. Before I go through my presentation, I have to tell you what this course is talking about. Values of the classroom. My content will go through 6 topics. Values of the classroom. Some teachers call it rules of the classroom. We will see why I put here values of the classroom. Then seating arrangement, the names of the student, and of course we will see some pedagogical way to remember the names of students even though we have many classes. Board work, a rapport between student and teacher. Extra classroom management tools at the end. Okay, values of the classroom. I put here values rather than rules because rules is a little bit aggressive. Values is something that is more, but rules, when the student broke it, they think they are going to be punished, but values, maybe not. As you see here that the values, it mustn't be so long. As you see here, only 5 values, okay? Because if there is 5 values, this only for beginners, yeah. Be on time in attending classes. Be kind, polite, and respectful to each other. No bullying in my class. Doing homework, of course, checking homework. The teacher must listen to the student and vice versa. The reason here why I say here, the teacher must listen to the student, because the student at home, their parents tell them, listen to me, I'm older than you, listen to me, I'm your father, listen to me, I'm your mother in the street, listen to me, I'm your aunt, I'm your uncle. That's a problem. This is why I prefer to use the teacher must listen to the student. Raising their hands when students want to answer a question. So here I prefer my student to raise their hand like that, not like that. Because when I see my student doing like that, it gives them confidence and they are trusted themselves about what they are going to say. But this gives a negative image to the student. The coming picture expresses the last values clearly. See here, here is standing the teacher and here the student. Look how the students are trusting themselves now because of this sign, because of their raising their hand. Okay, our happy classroom values. When we agreed on these values, I print a list and I will bring it with me to my class and will ask my student to write on this list these values. The reason why I'm doing this activity, because each student who wrote a value, he or she will remember it very well. And in addition to this, it is something that is common. All of us, we create these values in the classroom and we have to respect it. Now I'm moving to seating arrangements, which is very, very important in EFL classes. The same seating arrangement during the whole year dismotivates students, as we see in many schools, traditional way. There is no variety in the class, and that makes students very, very, very bored. Yeah, there are many types of seating arrangement. These are types of some seating arrangement. There is traditional, there is horseshoe, group facing teacher, group, closed circles, open circles, and of course, when I want to choose as a teacher these types of seating arrangement, I have to think about the activities. For example, when I want to teach a speaking activity, I choose this type of seating arrangement. The horseshoe, it is better because we are going to speak and everyone has to say who is speaking. These are some extra classroom management. As you see here, these signs stand for the board and these signs stand for the teacher during monitoring the student. Look here. Here is the student and here is the teacher and here is the board. There, this type called separable tables. There is solo work and there is circle and there is horseshoe, but this one is a little bit different from the previous one. And there is orderly rows. Okay, now I'm moving to an important one also, the names of the student. Okay, you know that the name of the student is not, many teachers, they care about this one. Yeah. Pointing to the student is not allowed in EFL classes. Yes, is not allowed because when I point to my student like that, it means something he is unknown in the class, and he's been with me, for example, more than 3 months, and I'm still pointing like that to him or her. That's a problem. I have to remember the name of my student to give a good image to them. Yes, using the names of the student is much better and have many consequences. It builds student confidence. This the motive. Okay, is something more? Najwa, did you see something?
No, sorry. You go ahead.
Okay, using names is much better than pointing. Pointing is not allowed in EFL classes. The names of student build student confidence, motivate student to participate. Especially for this one, it happens to me once when I was in the university with Professor Wakili. I just want to participate. Yeah, I participate all the time because she knows me and I didn't know it at that time. Because I go and prepare just to hear this name. Yes, we are on this age and we feel this. What about the student if I call them by their name? Okay, make student love teachers. Yes, The names of students make student love teachers. Student, as we have to think, I put myself on the shoes of my student and think how the teacher is knowing my name and he doesn't love me. The student think like that. He is caring about us. Yeah, the student understand they are important to the teacher. Yes. Yeah, this picture express that if you follow the previous steps, if you call your name, call the names of student, call the student by their name, your class is going to be like that. The student like to participate because they like to hear their name. Workboard. Do all my students see the board? Yes. Sorry. I have to check before my student enter the class to say if all the students see the board. The student at the back, on the right, on the left, in the middle, I have to check everything to say if my students see the board. If it is the morning, if it is the evening, okay. Do all my students see the board? Is there time for students to write on the board? When I was making a list, when I'm doing a lesson plan, I have to think about if there is time for the student to write on the board. I have to think about this. The board should be well organized. Section, for example, I have a table. I'm sorry, I have the board. I have to divide it into section. Section for vocabulary, difficult vocabulary, section for notes, section for content of the lesson, section for where the lesson should be written, and so on. This is a sample for a good board work. Here, as you see, is the date. Here, where the lesson should be written, and here there are some sections. This one is here, reading and fluency, writing and grammar, word study, and so on. So organizing the board is very well. Not whenever you want, wherever you want to write, I should write. No, I have to organize my board in order to my student not to be confused. Okay, rapport between student and teacher. This one is very, very important, and it engages students a lot in the learning process. Yeah, there is physical position, okay, physical position where the student is located. Yeah, I'm sorry, where is the teacher is located? At the desk, back of the class, near or far from student. Yeah, there is some teachers that they are just only in the front of the student, and that will create a bad image for the student. I have, as a teacher, to work among students and working at the back, reach the back student, and to create a low stress environment, and the teacher love the teacher, and the students love the teacher. Okay, eye contact. Eye contact is very, very, very important. I'm stressing on it because it is good. To use eye contact with all
Mr. Abdrazak, I'm sorry to interrupt you. You have 7 minutes left.
Yes, I'm watching the time also.
Oh, yeah. Great.
Okay, I'm going to finish on time, inshallah. To use eye contact with all students, it makes them feel equal. It will prevent discrimination. Because as a teacher, I just share eye contact with Lubna and Ismail, high achievers in my class, but we create a bad image with low achievers and mediate achievers. So I have to be careful on this point. Non-eye contact leads students to dismotivation. Sometimes students will think to give up. That's a problem. Okay, feedback. Now I'm going to move to feedback. When I want to give feedback, Okay, so first let's know to introduce first the type of feedback. There is oral feedback, written feedback, and physical feedback. Oral feedback, when I speak, very good, excellent, amazing. Written feedback, when I correct an exercise for the student or correcting the exams. And physical feedback, when I do like that. Okay. One more thing concerning this part: do not use one expression or one word all the time. For example, a teacher, all the time I use only one word to give my student feedback. For example, all the time I say, very good. The first answer, very good. The second answer, very good. The third answer, very good. The first session, the first month, the third month. That will create a bad problem for the student, and because they like variety. Yes, concerning the solution for this one is sometimes to use very good, sometimes excellent, sometimes amazing, unpredictable. I can't believe that. Yes, there must be variety in FL classes to make the learning process good and good. Voice projection. Voice projection must be clear. The intonation of the voice should be varied. It mustn't be the same all the time. Sometimes it must be raising, and sometimes it must be lowering, because we use intonation in FL classes to bring the attention of the student. Yes. Yeah. With low voice, the teacher does not articulate words clearly. Yes. As a teacher, when I speak with low voice, the student at the back will not hear me clearly, and they will start whispering and starting the problem again. Okay. Extra classroom management tools. Okay. The last one is extra classroom management tools. Grouping. Concerning this one, yeah, mixed ability groups. I have 5 students, high achievers in my class. Those 5 achievers, I shouldn't put them all in one group. If I do so, the problem will be bigger. They will finish the task quickly and they will make problem. And the other student, not low achievers, but they will not finish the task quickly. And this will, and there will be a problem, and they will feel dismotivated. So what I should do, I have to take student number 1, Ahmed, for example, and put it with group B. Student number 2 with group A, for example, the first student with group A, the second student with group B, and so on and so on. Okay, don't fly with fast student. This one is very, very important. Yeah, I have Leila in my class. She is high achiever. She is high achiever, and I give her the floor. Look now, I'm sorry, Leila, answer the question. And she answered and moved. No, I have to give the floor to other students to participate in my class in order to engage all my students in the teaching process. Okay, waiting a little time after asking a question to make students give answers. Yes, when I ask a question as a teacher, I have to leave a few seconds and maybe a minute to wait a little time to give students time to think, to produce the correct answer. Okay, and monitoring. Okay, 1 minute, Najwa, please. 1 minute, I'm going to finish. Yeah, monitoring, the last one. Monitoring, when I divide my my students into 5 groups, I have to monitor them in order to check if they are doing homework, if they are making noise, if they need help, and to collect data about the coming lesson plan, because it is very important to monitor the student. And thank you all for your attentions. Now it's time for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Abdelrazak. It was really an amazing presentation. We have learned a lot from it. So I have some questions for you. You have provided us with some amazing tips, isn't it? One of the question is, though these tips work for with troublemakers?
Can he stop sharing first? Thank you.
Yes, sure, please.
Of course, I'm sorry. Okay, that's very good question. If the teacher consist on implement this classroom management, of course the teacher, of course those student troublemakers will obey to engage in the learning process. If the teacher implement this classroom management very well. If not, the problem is going to be
Sure. Exactly. Classroom management, as I see it, is at the heart of teaching, okay? Especially if you are a novice teacher, if you don't know how to manage your class, I see it's a failure, okay? So thank you so much for all these tips and this amazing... Yes, please, Mr. Hussein, you want to add something?
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Abdelrazak, for your insightful presentation about one of the most interesting topics in English language teaching, about classroom management. I would like to shed light on something very important, which is why when we meet our students the first time, we ask them about that what we call the code of conduct, okay, what they should do and what they should not, what they should do and what they should not do. What about starting we as teachers? The teacher can start what I should do and what I should not do in class. I should come on time, I should respect students, I should explain, I should bring nice materials, I should respect you all as a model, okay? Then you can ask your learners, okay? Negotiate with them what is good, what are the good habits to do in class and what are the bad habits we have to avoid. And something very important is that we can ask learners to choose or to think about the words to use, because we should not impose on them the code of conduct. But let's tell them to suggest, give us some suggestions. Can we call them classroom values, classroom principles, classroom rights and duties, okay? So imposing on students to respect the what we call the code of conduct, take it for granted, especially if you are teaching teenagers. When they hear the term code and conduct or rules or laws, okay, they tend to break them, okay? So it's better to, because the center, the heart of the learning process, our customer is the learner. So let's ask him or her first to provide us with suggestions, then we can start our school year. Thanks again, Abdelrazak, for your interesting presentation. We really like it.
Exactly, Mr. Hussein. Thank you so much for this amazing speech. So now we move to our next presenter, who is Mr. Hamza Al-Anbari, who is going to be answering such good and interesting questions, mainly what makes a good teacher, how should teachers talk to students, etc. So, Mr. Hamza Al-Anbari, the floor is yours. Can you start sharing your screen?
And he should activate his mic. Great.
Yes. Please, Mr. Hamza.
Do you hear me now? Do you hear me?
Yes. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you very much.
Would you please start sharing your screen?
Yes.
Thank you.
First of all, my presentation will not be as our friends. It will be like a talk. I will speak from my mind and from my heart. So there is no presentation. There is no that kind of that our friends don't presenters have used just personally. Do you hear me?
Yes, Najwa, use the mic.
Yes, I said your sound is somehow not clear, the voice.
I guess, can you, Hamza, no need to use the headphones.
Yes, I'm using the headphones. Yes.
Can you do,
okay?
can you do without them?
Yes, I will try.
Thank you.
Do you hear me now?
Yes, perfect.
It's fine now?
Yes, please go ahead.
Yes, first of all, I would like to thank the presenters. I would like to thank again Mr. Hussein Kisras for his fruitful advice when we were studying in the Kosovo Academy. I am very glad to be one of your teachers, one of your students, one of your trainers, and I'm very, very happy to be with you here to share with you this presentation. Do you hear me, Najwa?
Yes, Mr. Hamza, yes. Carry on.
Yes. First of all, before presenting starting my presentation, I would like to present myself first. So as the audience to know who I am. My name is Hamza Al-Anbari. I am 23 years old and I am a BA graduate student with a BA English, and I hold a TEFL degree just before months with Mr. Hussein Kisras. My presentation will be about how to be a good teacher. That is a very good question to be asked. Every teacher should ask this question, this common question. Do you hear me?
The voice is cut in, I guess. There is a problem of connectivity.
Let's try again. I will use the headphone. Do you hear me now?
Yes.
Is clear? Is it clear now?
Yes, go ahead.
So, I'm going to start from what makes a good teacher. This is a common question and the very question that we need to ask as teachers. A very simple answer to this question is a good teacher is the one who cares for his students more than he does for his teaching, for his class, or for his lesson. That is to say, to care more, to give your attention to your students, to give more attention to the strategies. Do you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Hamza.
Yes. As I said, that the good teacher is the one who cares more about his students and do his best for the benefits, for the learning of his students. The second question is, how should teachers talk to students? The way the teacher talks to students needs a kind of strategy, needs a kind of techniques, not just coming and speaking to students without knowing how. First of all, you need to know the background of your students, the level of the student, whether they are beginners or they are intermediate or advanced, so that every level of the students you should and you must speak according to their level. For example, if they are beginners and if they are small, if they are little students at the age of 6 or less under than 6, you should talk to them the same as James Scrivener said in his book, How to Teach English, to speak politely and to speak very clearly, that is to say, not to use those complicated sentences and those very complicated structures. So the students may get confused. Yes.
Mr. Hamza, I'm sorry, we cannot hear you clearly. Try to make sure we cannot hear you clearly.
What about now? Is it good?
Yes, yes.
Now because I changed place.
Yes, please, great.
Now good, yes. Do you hear me?
Yes, can you carry on?
Yes, thank you. So I was in how teachers should talk to students, and I said that according every stage, every level, the teacher should talk to students according to that level. And I said that if the students are beginners and at their, for example, the sixth age, the teacher should talk politely and very simply, the same as the mother talks to her baby in a polite word and using simple word and using also simple structures, simple as much as possible, of course. The third question is how should teacher give instructions? I think that we saw Dewi, a presenter, she said, or she talked about how we can give instructions. So the instructions, there are two main rules.
Mr. Hamza, I'm sorry again to interrupt you. We will have to move to the next presentation until you fix your problem, your technical problem with connectivity. Okay, we are really sorry. It's a technical problem. Thank you so much. We will have you later on, okay?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much. So now the next presentation is the problems of e-learning in Morocco, which is going to be done by Miss Umayma Amillah. Miss Umayma, are you with us?
Oh, no, she is not here.
Okay, then we move to the next one.
Yes.
Okay, so Mr. Mustafa Ahta.
Okay, first of all, hello.
Thank you.
Okay, let me share my screen first.
Yes,
is it clear for everyone?
Please, yes, thank you.
Okay, good. First of all, hello. I hope you are doing well. A lot of interesting things have been said over here, and I would love to thank the two moderators and all the presenters, and I would love to thank as well and express my gratitude to Mr. Hussein Qasiras for his guidance, his training, his while he was monitoring us and everything. And I would love to shed light on one very important thing, which is that Mr. Hussein was in Ouarzazate, and before the coronavirus and before all this situation, there is only the training which is based in Rabat. So Mr. Hussein, he made an exception. He was sending me, and he was working with me alone. And he was guiding me all the time. And once he started the TEFL 120 TEFL course, he gave me another chance to attend, since I did not attend the first one. So thank you so much, Mr. Hussein. Thanks, Global Bus Foundation.
My pleasure.
thanks to our moderator and our presenters and Tokoso Academy as well. Okay, thank you so much. So today's presentation, it will be about practical assessment techniques in English language learning. But before I will present myself, okay, my name is Hada Mustafa. I'm from Hollywood of Africa, of North Africa. Where's that? Okay, so I have been teaching English for 4 years now, but I wasn't that good before taking the TEFL training. Okay, I had everything, I had the knowledge, I have all what it takes, but I need the tools. So now once I have enrolled on the TEFL course, it's like I get the whole package. So thanks once again. So let's start my presentation. So as I have said, practical assessment techniques in English language learning, and because we cannot talk about teaching and learning without talking about assessment. So the outline of my presentation will be as listed below: introduction, assessment in teaching, and we are going to tackle here 4 main assessment: informal assessment, formal assessment, formative and summative assessment. Then in the second chapter, we are going to cover the principle of language assessment, or what it takes to attest to be good and valid, which are 5 principles, sorry: practicality, validity, reliability, and authenticity. And the last one, which is washback. Okay, so now let's start with the introduction. Assessment is a topic of concern to language teachers, although are primarily concerned with teaching rather than assessing. They must periodically measure the student's performance. That is to say that when we are concerned with teaching, but we have to include assessment while we are teaching. And here, Daniel Miran said, we define assessment as follows. Assessment is the process of gathering and discussing information from multiple and diverse sources in order to develop a deep understanding of what students know. That is to say that when we are teaching, we don't know what our students grasped and what they did not grasp. So we have to assess and test them from time to time, and understand and can do with their knowledge. That is to say, what are their competencies after giving them certain courses. The process culminates, the assessment results are used to improve subsequent learning. All this just to improve and to help in the learning and the teaching learning process. Here, as you might see in this picture, we have this person. He said, I taught Srip how to whistle. He taught him how to whistle. But then the other person replied, I don't hear him whistling. Then the other person said, I said, or the teacher said, I taught him. I did not say he learned it. Okay, that is to say that when we talk about teaching it's something, and assessing it's something else. So when you teach someone, I might teach you how to use, for example, simple present or what, but are you able, or am I able to teach you how to use it communicatively? This is what the picture is all about. So, and here there is a quote: it is assessment which helps us distinguish between teaching and learning. So when you teach without assessing, that's just teaching, it's just doing your job. But when you are, for example, teaching and assessing in the same time, means that you are working, or you are working on students, and you implement what a good teacher should do. Here we are going to talk about assessment in teaching. Assessment is a very important vehicle through which the teacher assists his or her student periodically. That is to say that we have to assess our students from time to time. This is the vehicle. This is how are we going to know what they have grasped and what they did not grasp if we don't assess them from time to time. And here again, assessment allows monitoring students' learning. So as a teacher, you can modify your way of teaching, you can adjust, you can do a lot of things by assessing, because when you assess, you have the idea or the whole idea about your students' performance. It provides teachers with needed information about their students' progress. Here, to say that these assessments, they provide us as teachers with what we need to know about our learners. What do we have to change in our way of teaching? What do we have to deal with? What our students grasped and they did not? What problems they still have in the things they have taken. Here it enables teachers as well to discover student weaknesses and strengths, as I explained before. Which means all these aspects help in one aim or in the teaching learning process. It's like, if we can say, it's the student-centered approach. And the last one is to know what subjects students learned and what they still find difficulties with. I have already tackled this one. Okay, so now we tackled assessment in teaching. Now we are going to move on to the first kind of assessment or type of assessment, which is informal. Informal, which means the student doesn't know anything about it. And this type is not graded, which means we don't give grade. We don't give like 10 out of 10 or 20 out of 20 or anything. It is not graded. It is used to identify to what extent learners grasp the context of a subject. So here we use them just to identify to what extent our learners have learned what we explained to them. For example, I explained present simple, then I will assess my students and see whether they know how to make sentences, write about habits, or write about anything which has to do with present. Informal assessment can take two different forms, okay? It can be verbal and non-verbal. For verbal, for example, during the session, we can say, for example, if one of my students answered in a good way, then I will say, excellent, good, perfect, awesome, carry on, good job, amazing, and so on and so forth. Non-verbal, like thumbs up, clapping, for example, or touching their shoulders and so on and so forth, only for if they are teenagers, only for boys. If they are, if they are kids, it's totally fine. They are the same. Okay, and there are other. Sorry. Here or other forms, such as we have other forms of informal assessment, such as checklists. So the teacher, for example, has a checklist and he tick every time he achieved an aim or something like this. And we have a communication notebook, and this one, it's we have a communication book where we can meet, for example, and this is only in private schools, where we can meet parents, talk to parents, ask parents to help their kids, and so on and so forth. Formal assessment, and this one, it's formal, it's graded, it's like quizzes, tests, and terms projects, and so on and so forth. Formal assessment are exercises and produced specifically and designed. They are systematic, which means they are systematic. It's concrete. We gave them, for example, on a piece of paper. Planned sampling techniques constructed to give the teacher and student estimation of students' achievement, which, that is to say, it is graded. Okay, so for example, you provide your students with a test, then you grade it. Good achievers will get, for example, 16, 19, 18, and so on. Low achievers might get 10, 11, 12, or something like this. Then you work on the reinforcement to make the low achievers become, high achievers. Formal assessment can take a variety of shapes and manners. So there are a lot of shapes for formal assessment. It can be a long, short answer test, for example, or multiple choice question format, although it is not reliable because they might just, like we say in Arabic, abajdi, it's like choosing. Yet it's still a way of measuring students' achievement. Okay, so here, as you might see in this picture, we have A+. It means that the student, he get a good mark. And here we have multiple type of multiple choice question, like the ones we have, for example, in university and in other places. Formative. Now let's move on to the third one, which is formative assessment. Assessment has two phases which are regarded to be separated from each other. Here, we talk about one more thing, assessment for learning and assessment of learning. Okay, so here we have formative assessment and we talk about for learning, which means we do these assessments for the sake of seeing to what extent our students learn the things we have dealt with. And some scholars claim that summative assessment is different from the formative one. Okay, and it's obvious. Formative assessment are ongoing assessment, as I have mentioned. They are ongoing, which means during the session, during the term, and so on and so forth. Reviews and observation in classrooms, and it includes as well the reviews about students' performances and the observation that a teacher observes. It's like, for example, what we call classroom activities. It's something new.
Mr. Mustafa?
Yeah.
Sorry to cut you off. You have 7 minutes left.
7 minutes. Okay, I will.
Yes, carry on.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Okay, so we said this process helps the teachers to draw progress connections or connection between their delivered task and students' acquired one, which means you know what your students have acquired and what they are still have difficulties with. Here, summative assessment, which are at the end, I will try to be, short as possible as I can. And go to the point. So in summative assessment here, we talk about end-term projects, for example, final exams like the National Baccalaureate exam and so on and so forth. So all these assessments happened at the end of the term, at the end of the term, at the end of the semester, at the end of the year. Like National Baccalaureate exam, it's one example. So here we give students the training, or we train them, or we give them the same structures of questions as the ones they will face during the national exam. And this one, it's of learning. The first one, it's for learning, for our students to learn. And this one is of learning, that is to say, just to know their competencies. And here there is a picture, formative versus summative assessment. Here they said, when the chef tastes the soup, okay, it's formative. When, for example, and here summative, when the guest tastes the soup, that is to say, with me, for example, the national exam, other teacher will correct you. Don't correct the production or the exams of your students or your learners, but they are the cookers, and you are the one who, for example, taste what they have. It's like the production. It's like the what we call the end production or the final production. Sorry. Here, principle of language assessment. Now, we cannot talk about assessment without talking about principles of language assessment, because these principles which makes assessment good and reliable and valid and authentic and so on and so forth. So I will try to be in a rush. Okay, so here we have Brown-Hudson claim that effective test is practical, which means it should be practical, means that it's expensive, which means that it should not take more than the design time. For example, given them 3 papers and asking 6th grade students, for example, to do it in half an hour. It is not practical. And here stays within appropriate time consent, as I have explained. It is relatively easy to administer and has an evaluating scoring procedure. Here, I'm going to just to clarify one thing. For example, if a test will take from you as a teacher too much time to evaluate it or to score it, then it's not a valid test. As well as if it takes more than what its normal time, it's not practical. So this is the main idea. Let's move here to validity. Validity is defined as to the extent to which the implication made from assessment result are suitable, meaningful, and beneficial in terms of purpose. So when I have certain purposes before testing my students, for example, when I'm testing my students, for example, I'm testing speaking, I don't base my evaluation scores or scoring on grammar. I'm teaching just speaking. If I may, I'm teaching writing as well, and so on and so forth. And if we see at this picture, here is the teacher said for a fair selection, everybody has to take the same exam. So please climb that tree. So, and we have here a monkey, a bird, an elephant, a penguin, a fish, and so on, a dog, and so on and so forth. So it's totally impossible for these because it's not valid. For example, for a fish, how a fish can climb a tree, for example, or how an elephant can swim. I don't know if they swim or not, because if someone proves me wrong, then it's it's another situation. Okay, just kidding. So here, when we talk about validity, we talk about the test should address what our students had learned or what we have explained in the classroom. Reliability here refers to consistently and dependently same test delivered to same students across time. Administration must yield same results. I will just explain it in 2 words or 3. That is to say that a test should, yield the same result, which means it should yield to the same result. We should get the same result when we administer the test to different students and in different circumstances. Here we have students related to reliability, personal factors like motivation, illness, anxiety, can hinder their real performance. Yes, Mr. Najwa, am I?
Yes, so you finished, isn't it?
Yeah,
On time.
Almost.
Yes,
okay.
you have, sorry, you have 1 minute.
Okay.
Just try to make it quick.
Okay. Rate reliability, this one, it leads to subjectivity. That is to say, we have to be neutral while correcting our tests. For example, because I know this person or I know his father, I should rate him or score him or give him the great mark and so on and so forth. Test administration, I have already talked about this one. Test reliability without the duration, I have already talked about this one. I'm sorry, because of time, I will not go in details. Authenticity here is the fourth measure of language, and it is the degree of correspondence, the characteristics of given language task. Here we talk about the language of a test must be simple. Okay, authenticity. The things are contextualized, not isolated, which means we give them in the things they have studied and they have seen in the classroom. Topics might be relevant to what the test taker had studied. For example, I taught my students how to write a paragraph on to talk about their hobbies, for example. Then at the exam, I gave them to talk about the coronavirus. Talking about their hobbies, it's something, and the coronavirus, it's something which is new and they have never tackled that subject. Here is the last one, which is wash back, and sorry for the delay and for taking so much time from you. The effect of the tests on learning teaching are called washback. Teacher be able to create classroom tests which serves as a learning device through washback is achiever. And washback is like giving positive washback and negative washback to your student. For example, the command you give them on your papers and here the commands which encourage students and avoid negative washbacks which hinder our students. Thank you so much for this opportunity and thanks so much for having me here. And I'm so sorry. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Mustafa. Thank you really for tackling this important issue, which is assessment, because as students, we used to be afraid of exams and assessments and all that. If we have an exam, it's a bad day, etc. It's just we have to bear in mind that we test as teachers. We test for learning, we teach for learning, not for testing. Okay, I have one question for you, Mr. Mustafa, and then we move on to the next presentation. Okay, so the question goes as follows: what about project realization? Is it an assessment? If yes, is it summative or formative?
Okay,
project realization. Yeah.
Here it depends on what kind of project. Okay, whether we are addressing certain things, then it might be summative if the students learned something, or for example, as trainees we have taken a practical part. Okay, so that one it's graded, it's summative, it's at the end, because as our trainer Mr. Hussein asked us to write a portfolio, and we have been studying a lot of modules and we have to talk, and that one it's summative because we have it's the final production. Okay, and if it is just a classroom project, for example, it will be formative, and it depends on what it assesses, which it is for learning or of learning.
Exactly, Mr. Mustafa. Thank you so much. I guess this answers the question. So we move now to the next question, to the next presenter, who is Mr. Hussein Fendo. Yes, Mr. Hussein, you want to add something?
Yeah,
I will stop. I will stop sharing my presentation. Here it is. Thank you so much.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
I hope my sound is clear.
Yeah, Najwa, use the mic.
It is clear, Mr. Hussein.
Okay, thank you very much.
The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Najwa. First of all, I would like to thank the Global Foundation and the Turkish Academy for providing us this opportunity to be 120 our TEFL courses under the guidance of our amazing coach, Mr. Hussein Qasrat.
My pleasure, thanks.
Okay, so before I start, I would like to just to introduce myself. Okay, I'm Hussein Fendo. I'm an experienced teacher, and though I'm experienced, but I do believe in CPD. I do believe in continuous professional development. I don't give up learning until death. Okay, so Before starting my presentation, okay, just me share it. Okay, can you see my presentation now?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. So my presentation would be about collaborative learning. So, and before I go into detail, I stop at this quote which says, "Talent wins games, but teamwork and intelligence win championships." Let's take the example of the European Union, which has become a strong competitor for the USA, which is the most powerful country. This is by collective or grouping these countries together to face the power of the United States. Then there are other quotes that I liked, that alone we can do so little, together we can do so much. If you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go with a team. It is literally true that you can succeed best and quickest by helping others to succeed. So here we can notice that the collaboration is a philosophy of working together, building together, changing together, learning together, and at the end, improving together. So, what is collaborative learning? So as we see here in this picture, there are many hands. And in our Islamic culture, we do, though I'm not specialized in translation, but in our Islamic culture, we do believe that we always say that Allah's hand is with the team. Okay, then so that many hands, or that the proverb said, many hands make the lights work. So what is collaborative learning? So collaborative learning is to collaborate, is to work with others, usually in pairs or small groups, to achieve shared learning goals. So collaborative learning, sorry, so collaborative learning refers to the whole process of learning for students. So collaborative learning, it means working in groups. It means no individualism. It assumes intentional design, which means there is the intention must be designed. It assumes collaborate, and it assumes that meaningful learning occurs. Then here it shows some aspects of collaboration, collaborative learning. We have got sharing ideas. Of course, when there is a group, we share ideas. So the students will share their ideas. They will collaborate. They will interact. They speak together. They discuss, and there is a brainstorming. Everyone is going to have an idea. So at the end, they have a good community. They work in a good community. So some details, we say collaborative learning is the educational approach of using groups to enhance learning through working together. Groups of two or more learners work together to solve problems, complete a task, or learn new concepts. So the aim of collaborative learning is not just to do a task or do something, it is also to learn something new. Through defending their positions, reframing ideas, listening to other learn viewpoints, and articulate their points, learners will gain a more complete understanding as a group than they could as an individual. So individual here is always absent. We do sometimes consider cooperative as collaborative, but in reality they are different. So cooperative learning, okay, which has got a lot of aspects like positive interdependence, promotive interaction, interpersonal and social skills, group processing, and individual accountability. So I'm going to summarize all these in a small sentence that cooperative learning, the teacher is centered. It means the teacher who is going to manage our the group, okay, for the on their work. And cooperative cooperation begins with mutual respect, while collaboration begins with mutual trust. These are some differences between the cooperation learning, and collaborative learning. Cooperation requires transparency, while collaboration requires vulnerability. Cooperation includes shared goals, but collaboration includes shared values. Cooperation is independent. However, collaboration is interdependent. Cooperation is often short-term, but collaboration is often long-term. Cooperation involves the sharing of ideas as a group, while collaboration involves generating and entering ideas as a group, which means here that in collaboration, so the teacher is out of the center. So the students are the center. The group we are in the center. Here we got some characteristic of collaborative learning. So we have got positive interdependence. So there must be a clear structure to ensure that the group works together. In other words, the group must understand exactly what is to accomplish. It means there must be clear instructions that the teacher give to his students about the projects they choose to work on it or the task they are going to work on it. Face-to-face interaction. There is no group work without eye to eye or knee to knee that students must sit together at and facing one another. We cannot have a group work with separate students. There is also individual responsibility. Each student is responsible. Although the entire group learns collectively, ACT students must be responsible for some task. Too often, in this is not the case, one or more students may go along for the ride, but not really contribute. So here, as we say, this individual responsibility, each student is responsible for the work or the task given to him, and after that they after gathering together, and they share their ideas to find, okay, as we say, to find the global work. Appropriate interpersonal skills. The teacher should not assume that students know how to communicate in groups. Students need to be taught interpersonal skills such as paraphrasing, clarifying, listening, responding, agreeing, disagreeing, and so on. So all these aspects that must students know them in order to accomplish the group task. some strategies of collaborative learning. There are a lot of strategies of collaborative learning. I have chosen just 5 strategies because lack of time. We are allowed just for 20 minutes. Establish clear group goal. Everything must be clear. You have to establish clear group goal. What is the goal that the group are going to reach? Keep group.
Mr. Hussein, sorry
Yes.
for interrupting. You have 8 minutes left.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay, keep groups mid-sized. This means we are not going to make a large group, which will be not fair, and or a small group of 2 or 3. 2 or 3 maybe it is acceptable. 3, 4, 5, okay, students in each group to be acceptable. Build trust and promote open communication. This is very important, that communication must occur. For large tasks, create group roles, okay, and consider the learning process itself as part of assessment. So what are the advantages and disadvantages of collaborative learning? Each approach, each method has got advantages and disadvantages. So let's see the advantages of the collaborative learning. So development of higher level thinking, oral communication, self-management, and leadership skills. Okay. All these, okay, I speak the student is going to gain. He will gain level thinking. He will gain a high level of thinking. Oral communication is going to interact with his students inside the classroom, or is going to interview other people outside the classroom. Promotion of student-faculty interaction, okay, this is what I said before. Increase in student retention, self-esteem, and responsibility. This is very interesting that we must, okay, as teacher, we must teach our students that they are responsible in order to have good citizens in the future. Preparation for real-life social and employment situation. Okay. Now we have disadvantages. Students need to go at different speed. Okay, there are some students, they are faster than the others. This will create a problem in the group. Someone may try to take over the group. Okay, this is what I mean. Someone may take over the group. A brilliant student, okay, is going to work alone, okay, because he feels that his mates making him slow. Quiet students may not feel comfortable, okay, and sometimes students just don't get along. Okay, sometimes we have got slow learners. They feel I don't know, they don't want to work, or they rely on the other brilliant students. Okay, remember that together everyone achieves more. This is for the teamwork. And thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Hussein, for this amazing. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. You're on time. We still have 5 minutes. I will.
I was hurrying.
Yes. Yes, I see. We will devote it to questions. Actually, there is no question from the audience. Everything was clear. You shared with us your wisdom. You're such an experienced teacher, and we learned a lot, actually. I have a question for you, though. So how can we get
Yes, you're welcome.
stubborn? Sure. So how can we get stubborn students to work with each other and achieve collaborative learning? Because you know some students just do not want to engage in the share ideas and things with each
Yeah,
other.
yeah, this is the teacher's role, okay, to make this students. He has first to create an environment of working. He should give them or he should make them aware about the importance of the group working. Okay, that one brain, the two brains are better than one brain. Okay, he should integrate them. Okay, gradually. Okay, with the others. Okay, not the very fast learners, but gradually with the learners who are better than them, step by step. This is my opinion, or this is my idea.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mr.
Thank you
Joel,
so much.
just one.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
You're
Thank
welcome.
you really, Mr. Hussein. I
Yeah,
really
just one
enjoyed
point.
the wisdom and yes.
Just one point, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Hussein, again, thanks a lot for your insightful presentation. It's very interesting, especially the difference between cooperation and collaboration, because we usually mix the two. Okay, great, thank you. Yeah, concerning the question about some students do not like to, to work with others in groups, and this happens all the time. Okay, in your classes, you may have students, I don't wanna work with Karim, or Karim, I don't wanna work with Leila. Okay, and this is the job of the teacher, as Mr. Hussein said, to create an environment, a positive environment, enjoyable learning environment. And the most important here is from the very beginning, you have to teach your learners the global values. Global values, believing differences, accepting others, and you put them into situations. Okay, when you put them into situations, they are working in group, they are interacting. Okay, and another thing that you can use, or another technique, is using games. When you use games, sometimes you can put them into groups, and they love working in groups. So in your classes, of course, you may have some learners who do not like to work with others, and here it's your job from the very beginning of the year to set up a classroom full of global values. Respecting others, believing in differences. I respect your ideas. As a person, I don't agree with you, but as your ideas, it's okay. So I don't want to work with Muhammad. I said, it's okay, don't work with Muhammad, but work with his ideas. Conversation, talk to him, talk to her, etc. When we believe in differences, we succeed. When we work together, we succeed. Okay, so it's very important from the very beginning to include the more values, to put them into situations, games, etc. And again, thanks Hussein from Algeria. It was a very interesting presentation. I really learned a lot of things. Thanks a lot.
Yes, exactly. In the quotes, in wisdom and everything. So thank you again. Now we move to our last presenter, Mr. Mohammed Naid Hussein. His topic is how can 21st century skills improve quality of education? Mr. Hussein, are you with us? Please, would you unmute your...
Hello.
Hello.
Thank you for this information. First of all, I would like to thank you all for this information, for this opportunity. Starting with Mr. Hussein and then the rest of the members of the Global Foundation, WASC Global Foundation, Iman and Ms. Najwa.
Thank you.
So, shall I start now?
Sure. Go ahead, please.
Okay.
Would you share your screen, please?
I send it to Mr. Hussein.
Let me try to see if I got it or not. Okay, just one second, please. Okay. Yeah, you can introduce yourself. Okay.
Take your time. Yes.
Okay.
So, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Mohammed Hussein. I am a university student, also a TEFL trainee, a leader in a youth leaders club leader. I really enjoyed this experience of TEFL course presented by Mr. Hussein. It was really useful and helpful. It was through Zoom application, so it was online. In this context, I want, since we are talking about the 21st 21st century skills, I would like to use this experience, learning through online and technology, using technology to learn. It is really a very helpful and it was an amazing experience. And I will use this experience a lot to give examples in my rest of my presentation. So let's wait to Mr. Hussein to share the screen.
Great.
So to start, I need to define what is first 21st century skills. So according to the glossary of education reform, this term, 21st century skill refer to a broad set of knowledge, skills, work habits, and character traits that are believed by educators, school reformers, college professors, and employees and others. To be here, there is the essential point. To be critically important to success in today's. Here we have today's, because we need to distinguish between nowadays and the previous century. This century and the previous century, the 21st and the 20th century. So to succeed in today's world, we need to learn and to work. To teach and to learn 21st century skills. To be critically important and necessary to success in today's world, particularly in collegiate programs and contemporary careers and workplaces. We will come across with this word, careers and workplaces, jobs, because now we mostly are dealing with industrial society. Can you still move now? Yes. So let's start with this quote by Nancy. If we teach today as we taught yesterday, we rob our children future. So we need the change. We need the development. So since our today's technology, our 21st century is developed, and there is many abilities, and there is, if we can say, there is technology. We need to follow this development by developing our teaching skills and teaching methods and teaching techniques, teaching materials. So let's give an overview here. So education system of 21st century has changed radically with the integration of technology. First, we have the integration of technology. You know why do we need to improve our teaching and learning methodologies? Because there is an integration of technology. There is technology which was not in the previous century. In every sector now, in every corner in the world, there is technology. Now, in the 21st century, education depends on thinking skill. Here we have thinking skill. interpersonal skills, information media, technological skills, as well as life skills. Here I want to highlight life skills. Life skills is very important to be taught in 21st century. So especially the education of the present time, emphasis on life and career. Sir, can you go to the previous slide? Thank you, sir. So in general, to sum up, the teaching will be effective when students can use the lesson outside the classroom. We no longer want the student to learn for the class 6, to pass the exam, to succeed in the exam, and when he gets out of school, he cannot use what he learned inside the classroom. So it's useless. So then why do we learn if we are not going to use it? And this is how 21st skills develop in education. So we can touch this education, in fact, this progress in education. So first we'll talk about education based on teaching learning skills. Now, education based on teaching learning skills. Previously, students attend school for what sake? To gain knowledge, to, you know, like a glass. We pour the knowledge into the glass, and memorizing by heart, and there is no skills. There is only content. We want to say there is only content. We teach only the knowledge. So I will mention those learning skills that are adopted in 21st century and very important to be taught. So if we're talking about learning skill, we're talking about the 4 C's. The 4 C's, we mean critical thinking, creativity, collaboration, and last but not least, it's communication. So critical thinking, we're talking about critical thinking. In this is important in 21st century, in fact, because it's harder than ever. It is harder than ever to verify accurate information, mostly thanks to internet. Critical thinking empowers students to discover the truth in assertion, especially when it comes to separation fact from opinion. Sir, is there any problem if you stop sharing the screen, sir? I think it will be better if I use all the camera. Yes, sir.
Yes, Mohammed, what's the question?
I think it would be better if I use the camera without the PowerPoint slides, just directly. Okay, sir. So we talked about the critical thinking. Now in 21st century, students need to be critical in their thinking, especially thanks to technology and the internet. In the internet, we cannot distinguish between the opinion and the fact. Now 21st students need to learn about this, to distinguish, to be critical. And I want to highlight here the yellow and the authentic journalism. Yellow and the authentic journalism are very different quality of press, and students need to learn about these and to distinguish between them to not affect them negatively. We talked about learning skills. First, we talked about critical thinking. Second, we'll talk about the creativity. Creativity, as it's known generally, it's the thinking out of the box. Thinking out of the box. While creativity is often treated like you have it or you don't have it quality, students can learn how to be creative by solving problems, creating systems, and just trying something that they have not tried before. So now, creativity, it's not an innate thing to learn. Creativity is something to teach, something to teach students how to look to problems in different angles. This is what I mean by creativity in the umbrella of learning skills.
Mr. Mohammed,
yes.
Sorry to cut you off. You have 9 minutes left.
Okay.
Okay.
Collaboration. We have collaboration. Collaboration is the practice of working together to achieve a common goal. If we're talking about collaboration, we're talking about working together, talking about the real life situation in work, for example. We work together for the same company, for the same boss, for the same sake, for the production of the same product. And communication is the practice of conveying ideas quickly. Here, if we're talking about quickly, we're talking about technology. Technology helps us in conveying our ideas quickly. What about clearly? Here, it's the teacher's mission to help students to improve their communicative skills, especially in a text-based communication society. Text-based communication society, we're talking about this. So we're talking about a community that is based only on texting. We're talking about SMS, we're talking about email, we're talking about WhatsApp, we're talking about social media, Facebook in general. It's based on text communication. Thus, we're talking about text communication, we neglect the tone. There is no tone anymore to convey. There is no non-verbal communication. There is no paralanguage. There is no natural crisis, and the paralanguage as government puts it. So let's move to the second point, which is technology literacy and the promotion of teaching learning process. Here we will talk about the technology literacy, how technology literacy helps us in promotion of teaching learning process, both teaching and learning process. So since we are in 21st century, students and teachers must learn and must use technology. It's not an optional. They must use technology. So to use technology means an development and something new in education. So if we use technology, that it is an additional to the classroom, that can help transform the classroom experience from classic teacher-centered. Here in previous traditional classes, the teacher is the center. The teacher is the center of the classroom. Now, with technology and 21st skills must be focused on, the student must be the center of the classroom. The students must be active instead of the passive and just absorbing the information. So students need to be active. And what they learn inside the classroom, they must use it outside the classroom. Since we are talking about technology and work, we teach the 21st century because there is a radical change in the society because of technology and the working need. You need to work to learn about working skills and life skills. So we're talking about outside the classroom to teach students to learn outside the classroom. We are enhancing and we are talking about autonomous learning. So if we teach students and use technology has many characteristics and facts and helps students in learning. So it enhances their productivity. Technology enhances the productivity. So we'll see now how technology enhances the productivity. Technology infuses classrooms with digital learning tools. Everything now is available. Everything is in the classrooms. There are mobile phones, there are computers, laptops, devices, many devices, in fact, and expands. How we're talking about the productivity and the technology. We're talking about this, the two, because we're talking about the technology. it enhances the productivity by more courses. There are more courses, more materials, more learning materials, more resources, and they are available 24 hours a day and 7 days a week. It engages technology. It engages motivation. It engages and motivates students. So if we are talking about productivity, there is no productivity in the absence of engagement and motivation. To make your students productive, you need to make them motivated to produce. You need to make them engage in the learning process to produce. So, and one of the more points is that it accelerates the learning process. There is an acceleration. We're talking about acceleration. We have virtual and online learnings. Virtual and online learnings you can learn wherever you go and whenever you want. The same as like the Zoom. This Zoom application, Zoom, is very crucial, and you can learn wherever you go and wherever you go and whenever you want. Full-time full-time online school. Now you can learn, as we said, it supports 24/7. 24/7. It is 24 hours a day and 7 days a week. Now you can learn for a long time and enhance your productivity. And now you can blend the learning. You can blend the blended learning. We're talking about blended learning. We're talking about face-to-face learning and the online learning. Face-to-face learning, we're talking about the classroom, and the online learning, we're talking about internet. So we can combine them and blend them to enhance the productivity. The next point, learning life skills is involved in the teaching process. Now, we said in previous education, we teach only, we teach only literacy and numeracy. Numeracy about mathematics, and literacy about literature, words, and so on and so forth, and all that stuff. Now we involve students to learn about real life communication, in which turn lead to decreased learning. And students, if they are learning something, they learn something that they feel that they don't use it in their real life situations, they may lose their motivation. And they may ask,
Mr. Mohammed, sorry for interrupting. You have 2 minutes left. Try to make it quick.
Okay. So in general, if we're talking about learning life skills, we try to teach students to be effective, and the curriculum must be relevant to students' lives, not just for the classroom. Autonomy, how technology enhances autonomy. Autonomy and mobile devices. Now students are free to use their mobiles and personalize the content they want to learn and what they want to learn. So they are now free, and this increases the autonomous learning. Students are responsible for their learnings, and they learn whatever they want, and not as usual guided by the teacher and enforced by the teacher to learn something. They are free now. So if we're talking about 21st century, we're talking about teacher qualities. I will mention it in brief. 21st teacher qualities, he must be learner-centered classroom. The teacher must make his students the center of the classroom. Be productive. He must enhance their productivity. Students as producers, students must be producers. Learn new technologies. The teacher himself must learn technology, and there is a link which is called lenda.com. Lenda.com, it is a website that helps teachers and whoever to learn new technologies. Go global. Teacher must go global since we have no boundaries. Internet open all the boundaries. Now we have a free visa to visit wherever you want, and all the world. Be smart, blog, go digital, use digitals, collaborate with your students to create digital content. Innovation, be innovative and make your students be innovative using technology. Connect, you also use for teachers, you also use media, use digital technology, and be a good example in using technology. And last but not least, I'm sorry, Miss, I will read this, how to promote 21st skill inside the classroom, how to promote them. I will give a quote and I will end up this point. How to promote the 21st skill inside your classroom. Here I have a quote. A quote, it tells, tell me and I will forget. Tell me and I will forget. We're talking about here the traditional education. Show me and I may not remember. Show me and I may not remember. However, I recommend showing for visual learners. Here is the point. Involve me and I will understand. Involve me, I will understand. So here, education must be, the teacher must involve students, and the curriculum must involve students in, must take this point in consideration. To involve students and create activities to involve students. And if we're talking about 21st century, to enhance 21st century skills, to promote them, we need to focus on the two things, the two elements. We're talking about the content as it's taught, and it is being taught since the starting of education. The content means information and knowledge. And we're talking about the second one. Now, for 21st century, we need to focus about the second one, which is the skills. We need to focus on skills, learning skills, technology skills, and life skills. Here we have life skills. Students need to use what they learn outside. And there are some techniques also to promote students, like EdTech, like using technology to make fun, a fun environment, to make students love and love to learn. And here are some activities, some games, some online games to use them to teach students. I will mention to those games. The first one is Prodigy game. It is for mathematics, and we have Kahoot. It is a very useful online game, Kahoot, and Bamboozle. Bamboozle game. It is both are personalizing. You have the ability to personalize your content, and I think because of time, I think that's it. Thank you.
Yes, time is up. Thank you, Mr. Mohammed. We really enjoyed your presentation. And it was about 21st century skills, which are really crucial. And if we include them to teaching, it's something else. So thank you so much. We are moving on. We are moving to the end, towards the ends of this seminar. Before we end our seminar, I will go and give the floor to Mr. Hamza. Hopefully he fixed his technical problem. Mr. Hamza, are you with us?
I guess not yet.
Maybe he's still facing the same problem.
So if
Mr. Hamza? I guess. Hello, Mr. Hamza. Unfortunately, Mr. Hamza cannot join us. I guess he still have the same problem. So I would like to move to the discussion before we end. So thank you so much for your contribution to this wonderful and special TEFL webinar. So we move to the discussion before we end. I have some few questions.
All right. So yeah, it's
The-
really very yeah. Najwa, okay, just once, if you
yes,
don't
go
mind.
ahead.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you, Muhammad, for this interesting topic. It's
Pleasure.
very helpful for our learners because we focus all the time on teaching reading, writing, speaking, etc. But we forget about teaching the life skills. Okay, and one of the most important life skills is about problem solving, how to solve a problem. Because you see nowadays there are a lot of troubles in the streets, troubles at home, troubles in schools, etc. But it's really very important for our teachers once they are teaching the four skills at the same time to include other 21st century skills like communication, the way we communicate. Okay, we do not listen to each other. We want everyone to listen to us. And once it comes our turn, we don't listen. Okay, so it's a problem in itself. Okay, so Muhammad, thanks a lot for this very interesting presentation. And it's really very important for our trainees and even our experienced teachers, teach the 21st century skills. Don't focus all the time on the four skills, okay? Use the four skills, but at the same time, implicitly teach the 21st century skills like communication, collaboration, creativity, critical thinking, etc. Yes, thanks. Najwa, the floor is yours.
Exactly. Yes.
So
Yes.
if I want to end up with a quote.
Sure. Go ahead.
Yes, there is a quote says, we are currently preparing students for jobs and technology that do not yet exist in order to solve problems that we do not even know that are problems yet. So here, as Mr. Hussein said, there is an emphasis on teaching, learning, on life skills to problem solving and to solve what the students face them in their unexpected life.
Interesting. Interesting. Amazing, Mr. Mohammed. So here is one question for you, Mr. Mohammed, and for all our teacher trainees. So how can we motivate our students to learn more about soft skills and develop themselves to the better?
As we mentioned here, we need to encourage the autonomous learning. Students now they have the technology and they are able to use it as they want. We need to enhance this autonomous learning and make them engaged. We can make them engaged and motivated by using, as I mentioned, some online activities, some technologies, and emphasize 100% on activities, on online activities, as we mentioned, like some activities like Kahoot and Bamboozle games. So I think that may be useful. Thank you again.
Okay. Thank you so much. Here's one more question. What about the learner's accessibility of technology?
I think, yes?
Yes, go ahead.
I think the accessibility now, all the students have, to some extent, they have all the accessibility to language, to technology. And I think technology is ongoing and is in process and in developing. It is developing, and from now, about 2 years or 4 years, everybody and every student will be able to access internet and use it for the learning sake.
Exactly. Thank you. Thank you again. So before we end, so I would like to leave the floor to any of you who wants to say anything.
Yes, Najwa.
Yes, please, Kautar, go ahead.
First, I would like to thank Sir Hossein for giving us such a great chance to do this insightful presentations. And I would like to say thank you, Najwa and Asma, for moderating this amazing webinar. Thank you.
You're welcome, Kautar. Thank you all for your contribution and your thank you for sharing your wonderful ideas and wisdom with us. And thank you, Mr. Hussein, for paving the way to this wonderful TEFL webinar. I thank you all for your amazing speech and presentations. We are really happy and glad because we actually enjoyed all your amazing talks. Mr. Hussein, can you would you like to
All right.
add something?
Yeah, I would like to say thank you, all of you, because it's not easy to present in front of not just the, audience, but international audience, and to give very interesting presentations. We have learned a lot from different topics, very interesting topics about classroom management, about collaboration, about technology, about instructions, about reading, etc. Okay. So these are very interesting. Now the floor is yours, okay? It's we don't call it the end of the course, but it's the beginning, okay? What you have got only the basics of teaching English as a foreign language. Now you have to dive, okay? And you have to get more knowledge, more skills. And don't forget that teaching is not a job. Teaching is a mission, is a noble mission. Now it's your job, because successful teachers do not only teach in class, but they teach outside the class. What you are doing right now is changing humanity. You are creating positive changes, because international audience belonging from different countries are following you, they are watching, they are learning from you. And this is the most important for a human being, is to create positive changes. So my piece of advice again, please don't focus all the time teaching inside the classroom. Think outside the box. Go outside the classroom, give presentations, workshop, train people, and this is the successful life of successful educators. Thank you.
Exactly, Mr. Hussein. And I believe they already have the skill and all what it takes to be good teachers and good leaders in the future, of course.
So let's give each speaker one word to say, okay?
Sure.
Shall I start?
Go ahead, please.
Okay, so I do appreciate everything you have done for us. I mean, I'm here, I'm addressing Global Bass Foundation, Tokose Academy, and Najwa and Asma as well, and Mr. Hussein. Thanks a lot, Mr. Hussein, because you have done a lot for me. I'm talking personally.
My pleasure. Thanks.
Because sometimes I was calling him at 1 a.m., sending him message at 1 a.m., and then he answers and he guides me every time I need his help. Thanks a lot for introducing us to the global market and showing us ways to look outside the box and for paving our ways as well. It was a great opportunity, and thanks for giving us this chance and to present our presentations. And thanks to all the presenters and my friends and colleagues. Even we haven't met, but I'm sure there is love and a lot of good things. So thank you so much. All the presentation were good. We have benefited from these lovely presentations and lovely people here. So thank you so much. And I'm speechless. I can't find the right words to thank you. So I have got nothing to add. Thanks a lot.
Can I say something?
Yes, sure.
I want to say thank you so much for giving us such a great opportunity to be part of this fruitful, insightful seminar. We really appreciate it, and thank you so much. We hope for the best, inshallah, to come our way. Thank you.
Inshallah, Hisna. Thank you so much for you as well.
Wisal,
you want to say something?
Thank you so much. I would like to thank you for this interesting and insightful webinar, and thank you for giving us this opportunity to share with you our presentations. And thanks to the organizing committee for your effort, because it's not easy to set such an event. Thank you so much, and we really appreciate your effort. Thank you.
Thank you, sweetheart. We're really happy to do this. So, else, Mr. Abdelrazak?
Najwa,
Yes.
I just want to add one more thing about the names of the student because I told, I spoke about in the presentation that I will give some pedagogical way to remember the names of the student, even though the teacher have many classes. This is some ways that I create to. I write the names of the student on the paper and write it in front of them. When I want to give the floor to the student, I call him or her by his name or her name. So this is by this way I will avoid the problem of pointing. Okay, and I want to thank all my friends, and I want to say to the audience, yeah, not other audience that are following us, please join this table because you are going to discover much.
Thank you, Mr. Abdelrazak. You're really a nice and wonderful teacher. Okay, Mr. Hussein Fendo, we would like to hear
Thank
your
you.
voice. Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you very much. Okay, first of all, thank you for all the success of this webinar is due to the collaborative work of all. Okay, this is a summary of my presentation. Okay, and I would like
collaboration.
yeah. So I would like just to say a word, and it is a kind of advice to future teachers. Since I'm an experienced one, okay, I want to tell them just when you start teaching, don't give up learning. Don't give up learning. This is what happened for us as ancient teachers. Okay, we didn't have the opportunity to learn online or to have these chances. So I decided to get out of my shell, okay, and escape from that group of what shall I say, negative teachers, okay, and to integrate myself in the world of technology and learn from everybody.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Great.
Yes. So I would like to finish with that. I would like to thank a lot our moderators for doing a great job and also for preparing the agenda of today's seminar. Miss Najwa, Miss Asma, and also Miriam. They are GBF leaders and we are proud of them. They have done a great job. So I would like to say something to the whole world. Please wait and wait. There are some great teachers coming to the field soon. Thank you.
Great.
Goodbye, everyone.
Thank you, everyone.
Welcome.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.